Why don't you introduce yourself while I set this up?
Me?
Yes. Well, I mean, who else would I be talking to?
All right. Is this stream up now?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's live.
All right. I'm a KMC. I've been a long time Cosmoteer player on and off for quite a few years, but I've recently gotten more seriously into it and running my YouTube channel and everything. Though I have not been doing much this semester, I still come back for the commentating tournaments. And today we're doing a domination tournament, which means it's very different from our normal elimination tournament, as it's best explained by seeing it. I think I introduced myself quite eloquently to the one person we have watching right now,
Yes. Uh, very eloquently.
which, which is probably you or Polar or
Oh
something.
no. I mean, I put it in announcements. We're only 13 minutes late, record time, compared to what has taken place in the past. Half-hour late
Yeah.
tournaments. I say with the utmost love, of course.
I'm
Let's
gonna
see.
post the link.
I did post the link. It's in tournament announcements.
I put it in tournament chat as well because people somehow miss things.
Yeah. Ooh, we have all 4 players. Very impressive.
That was fast.
Yeah, normally it's a lot slower. And the other thing I was doing was I was going to be recording all of the .rec files. So in case there's particularly laggy matches, because there always is, I can record them after the fact, probably recast them, probably by myself. That's okay.
That's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Because, I mean, at least that way the footage isn't just like permanently lost, effectively.
Got a
So,
quick start for this first match.
yes, this is our first match. So you may as well introduce yourself again. Sorry.
All right. I'm a KMC. I've been commentating tournaments for a while, been a part of the community for several years at least. Kind of hard to count it because it's on and off. I think I started, what, 5 years ago? I can't exactly remember, honestly. Anyway, I run a little bit of a YouTube channel, get quite involved in the community, but I've been gone for a bit from school, but I'll still come back for these tournaments. And we're doing a domination tournament, which is different from our normal format. All right, let's get started.
And I will introduce myself after the next one. People probably know me. I'm Saris. Saris or Slaris or Saris. This is the first domination official turn. Oh, and we are off to a fast start.
Oh, typical speedster ships trying to race in. A
It
splitter,
is
actually,
it
on
is
the
1x
right side.
speed after all. Typically tournaments are in one half, but this is twice as fast, effectively.
Hansel Cat is going straight for a Charlie
Charlie.
position. Looks to be some changes in pathing. Everyone's starting off with fast little ships, flooding the map.
The exception of the Panther by Nuzmus in the bottom left. That's going to contest Alpha.
Yeah, but it might not make it there in time, and if it doesn't, that's a lot of money going in the other direction.
Yeah, Team Cyan seems to be a lot more aggressive. Like they really opened up with fast ships, whereas Team Pink only has like 3 on the field right now.
Yeah, they went with big ships, and one of them's an EMP only? What?
Well, the EMPs are pretty good because if you can like consistently hit the back of a ship, then you can just completely shut it down continuously.
Looks like Numaz is having to fight while surrounded.
Yeah, those heavy deck
Yeah.
cannon ships have a lot of firepower, but the issue is that they're typically really slow, and this one has almost all of its thrusters gone already, which means
Oh,
it's
the thrusters are getting
Overlay
targeted.
is on.
A quite eloquently designed
uh,
ship.
a genius. I had the overlay on for the entire starting segment. Let's ignore that.
Oh, could nobody see?
Nobody could see.
Oh,
Okay,
that never happened.
I'm a genius. I promise. Okay, so back to the friggin' thing.
All right.
Charlie is under fire. Seems to be winning by team. Um, it's held by Team Pink right now, but that's about to change. The
Also,
EM
note the big difference in this game is people don't use direct control mode. So they're not always paying attention to all their ships, which changes how battles can go.
Yeah, typically, direct control allows you to have a huge amount of control and finesse. And with this, you typically kind of just have to use RTS and hope for the best, which makes it so that your ship quality kind of goes down. So, it allows players to flex their ability to micro and such.
It seems like that one EMP ship is actually making a substantial impact.
Yes, EMPs are absolutely brutal. If you can chain stun ships, then you effectively kill them, and you give time for allies to come and rip them apart from behind. Though that doesn't mean that they're dead. They can still fire even if they don't have power.
One issue the EMP ship is having is it's not splitting targets very well.
And then the other thing is like it costs a ton and effectively does nothing by itself. It needs other ships to combo with it.
But it's been defending the Charlie point quite strongly. You can see it's just a field of dead ships. Move a DC.
That's
Oh,
unfortunate.
Hansel Cat.
Starting to set up.
Well, that was
Alright, so well
quick.
that was okay because we had the overlay on, didn't matter, etc. Okay, so I'm Saris, I'm prominent community member, run the tournaments. Um Kawa bullied me into hosting a domination one. I didn't want to, but and it's kind of his tournament, kind of mine. But everybody should be having great fun. I'm not a particular fan of domination. I think that the direct control that you can do is a lot more interesting. Because with this, it's just kind of like throwing darts at the wall. It's like, sure, you can throw a lot of darts, but I mean, you're just throwing darts. You're not doing anything fancy.
Or is everyone got? We're still waiting on
Yeah, we're waiting on A and
A and
D,
D.
or and, I don't know. Don't explain their names.
And there they are.
There you go. Okay, so that was an early disconnect. So we have one more early disconnect before they are disqualified, just by default. But connections seem to be a lot better for everything. Wait,
Yep.
what? Quiet mean?
Wait, they just typed it badly. But they haven't even pushed ready, so it's not like we could start without them.
Start the countdown, but that won't be happening. Hmm?
What?
Well, whatever that means. Okay, so proper start this time. Different shape. Probably easier
Yeah,
to
that's
cast this one. And
differently shaped map.
purple versus pink this time, a little bit. Um, and both teams seem to have changed up their strategies a little bit. Purple still went with all of their fast aggressive ships, but pink still has their relatively low amount of ships.
Purple now has an EMP ship this
Ah,
time,
yes. Missile 2.
which is firing away at a lot of Pink's ships.
Yeah, if
They're
those
about to
get
get
hit
hit
from
with something.
behind, then their control rooms turn out. And these don't have reactors, noticeably. So if they get hit by EMPs, they can just die.
Oh, that would explain a lot about how things were looking earlier.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, you can get a lot more efficient without reactors because, I mean, you only need to move your ship into combat and then it starts firing. So you don't need the reactor, but it makes it so your ship is very vulnerable to EMPs.
Wait. Does how quickly a zone control point changes teams? That's based off of number of ships and not weight of the ships, right?
I'm pretty sure. I think both influence it, but much more how many ships there are.
Seems to me like you could have a ship that's just a bunch of control rooms that have energy, and then to quickly take a point,
An
like 5
example
control rooms.
in Bravo, an example of how not of how having EMPs just completely kills ships. That bunker is a super heavy ship, but because it got stuck and attacked from behind, it just died. So pink pulling out an early advantage over purple, with alpha captured, of course.
Purple's putting in a splitter ship to that's more or less a pea shooter, but
You
should help counter the points.
only need to get lucky with one cannon shot from behind most of the time. Not sure about using scouts though for very small ships once the initial fight is started, because they can't really contest anything.
Yeah.
Alpha is being
See,
slowly recaptured by it, so maybe I just have no idea what I'm talking about.
sneaking in behind.
Okay, another bunker going to try and fight the EMP ship. Ah yes, remember that there is fog of war, so these players can't actually tell what's going on at all times. Us observers can see everything, so it's kind of hard to check. Alpha neutralized. Nesmith sending a Tiger to contest it, which
Bonker
should
getting
win.
some good hits, but Bunker's now completely disabled and pretty much stuck out.
Yeah, the EMPs, they stack with each other if they hit the same spot. So eventually, after a certain point, they'll just continue chaining and eventually get the control room, no matter how well hidden it is.
Yeah. A lot of these ships are running on small reactors.
Yeah. The cannon
So,
fighters are all running on storages exclusively too, so the Me 264 from Greedusr is actually killing, it's really pulling its weight, EMPing things.
oh, and they're doing the classic run back because you don't have a fire extinguisher. I kind of predicted that would happen.
It also does allow you to restock your ammunition, which is a huge boon to these storage-based EMP designs where you just like constantly pepper opponents.
Oh yeah, that make because EMP's got so long range, you can pretty much not worry too much about armor and run back and forth to
Yeah,
load up.
you get a lot of mileage out of it, short. So pink isn't doing very well. They have been on one zone the majority of the fight, and even though EMP ship has been very efficient, they still only have one zone, which is being contested too.
Yeah, being contested by 2 ships now,
Just the
kind of.
one currently.
There's another one that's just engines at control room off to the
Yes.
side.
Noticeably, if you can get ships to go back to the starting zone, you can repair them. So if a ship that is barely alive makes it back, then you get to typically fix it at huge discount. Which is why players might be assigning those ships to do stuff instead of just like abandoning such.
I think that ship was one of the storage based ones. So,
Yeah, not much control left for it. So Team Purple gunning for Bravo because of if they capture it, and there's no ships in Charlie or Alpha, then they just win the game despite the 7 minutes left on the timer. And I don't see this BF 109 taking down the bunker unless it gets
Yeah.
assistance from allies.
The bunker's really been an interesting ship. They keep dying when they get hit with EMPs. They're very vulnerable. You see them laying all around.
Yeah. But they
But
are good at like what they're supposed to be doing, which is head-on fights. Because it is just like going straight through the front of these pink ships. Let's just hope it doesn't get EMP'd again. EMPs seem to be mostly failing to hit it, but all it
yeah,
takes is
because
one.
EMPs were avoiding the ship that it was rammed against.
There seems to be a huge numbers advantage for Team Pink here. And even though there's the two purple ships, they're just being flanked from multiple sides each.
There's another purple ship on the outside, but it's got just about no power left.
So Pink holding on very effectively. They haven't lost Bravo the entire game, but I mean they still don't seem to have staged a comeback in any capacity. Like the entire other rest of the map has just been uncontested.
Wonder if anytime soon we're gonna see bigger ships pop out. If anybody's saving up.
Yes, with this budget you can actually pretty easily, pretty decently afford the larger ships because these starting points have huge default income. This real set I have afforded 1.5 mil ships. I've tested with it, but that takes a long time to get to, and I don't necessarily think it's going to be viable for Team Pink if they want to get back.
Seems like you'd be better with like smaller ships anyway. Maybe
Yeah,
not these micro ships, but in that like 500 range.
yeah. Um, this ship over here is just continuing to fire with EMPs. Might get lucky. It only needs to get lucky once and turn off the control room, and suddenly that ship is effectively dead in the water.
On Alpha, there are two deck cannon ships going for it, chasing a kiter that they probably will never catch.
That's what it's there for, to get people to unable to focus.
And getting attacked by EMPs at the same time.
Yes, Team 2, or Purple, seems to be utilizing EMPs to great effect, much more than Team Pink, despite the fact that Team Pink also has like one of their most expensive ships being entirely dedicated to it.
What do you shoot Team Pink's capacitor ships? They have three just sitting on Bravo, but they just eventually run out of power and become useless.
Yeah, because the control rooms slowly drain it.
We got like I think it's about 2 minutes of life on a control room or something like that. I can't remember exactly,
Pretty sure that they
but
can't refill either. Like if you go back to spawn, you can't like refill energy storages. So you want to get those like they're disposable. You want to get use out of them, otherwise they're going to be pointless.
yeah. Wait, can you shut a control room off to have
HSM
like
afforded
two?
or Hanselcat afforded a very expensive ship, the HSM, with 12 missile launchers. It should
Oh, we're
it should
finally
be
seeing bigger ships out.
Yeah, I think it will be able to start dismantling the um built up ships on Bravo. Because missile ships are very good at pressuring, like they can't deal as much direct damage as the cannon ships, but if they get within range, then they can start dealing a lot of damage over time.
Oh, that's the second disconnect from that team.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Hey, we're winning.
Do they get their missing partner's income?
Yes, that's the only reason I would ask. And doesn't seem to be. I'm just gonna quit the lobby. Turn to setup. So that's one for and one for hands look at each.
Total income between the teams is pretty similar. Is Team One having actually a bigger fleet value technically?
Uh, Near the end, all of Hansel Cat's ships just like effectively instantly died because their person
Oh,
controlling them
that makes
just left.
sense.
Yeah, so effectively their budget was cut in half. Let's hope that they don't disconnect again because that would be a sad way to go out.
Yeah. Different map with 5 points.
Yes, I missed the rules and unfortunately it was supposed to be large, not small, or standard, not small.
Oh, so this is the how it's supposed to look.
Yes, sorry.
That makes more sense.
And yes, this is it's a different playing field because there's more points to contest, so it's more chaotic. Team Pink opening up with two heavy ships. Previously, they'd been starting with the faster ships, but now they only have the three ships, the EMP and the two deck cannon ships, as opposed to the Team Cyan's six ships already.
Looks like that's gonna cost them Echo.
Yes, and an interesting arrangement. The TS 260 versus the type. Wow, these names are intense. Um, this ship is stuck trying to catch the kite because if it turns, it loses thrusters and dies. So unfortunately, that ship is kind of dead, and all it can really do is delay the kite from doing anything, while it slowly dies to EMPs and ions cutting through its front.
That's a lot of EMP.
Yeah, that ship is entirely offline. Doesn't stop the cannons from firing though. Fortunately, the ship right next to it couldn't get into position in time and couldn't punish it being offline.
Hazelcat is keeping the middle point from being taken by
Yeah,
just harassing around and avoiding combat,
yeah,
which
that's a
is
good purpose for those ships, is that since they're so maneuverable, they can just kind of like be around and stop the progression.
and now ooh, big hits from news mess.
Isthmus has his ship stuck against the kite again, which is not a great arrangement. I imagine that they're going to be switching strategies or trying to bring in new ships because that kite is going to continue to gain value, start killing stuff as the fight goes on. Unless it gets too close and dies to the cannons.
It might get a hit off at some point. No, the guns don't turn fast enough.
So Team 2 is still continuing to dominate. All that Team Pink has is Bravo thus far.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big income gap now.
Yes.
It's over
Eventually,
10,000.
eventually they will start snowballing, I think. Nesmith's trying to capture Alpha again, but the small ship that's going to be flying in circles is probably going to be able to prevent that for the most part. Now they're,
Judgment has all these deck cannon ships, and they keep getting kited, which has just been bad news.
yeah, like the deckhands ships are good, like they rip through other ships, but the thing is, if you can't catch it, like all that armor and all that damage doesn't do anything. Deckcannons have one of the shorter ranges, and their projectile values make it so they're very hard to hit fast ships. I expect if Hanselcat wanted to, he could have his ship fly in literal circles around Nismus's ship and not have issues.
He just ran off the point. He almost had returned to neutral.
Yeah, fortunate. Bravo's still being safely guarded, at the very least.
My dad disconnect.
Yes, you did. That's unfortunate. I guess it's just me casting from here on out.
Yep, I guess it is.
Okay, so Nesmus's ship is now being flanked by TS-430, a laser ship, and that will make it so it dies even faster, because if it's flanked by two ships, then they can just cut out the thrusters and slowly reduce its ability to fight back for time. Alpha's being contested, was being contested. Team Cyan is still continuing to do very well, because Team Pink only has Bravo still. And if that continues to be the case, then once the timer runs out, then they're not going to win, because it's based on the amount of points, and 4 is much larger than 1, let's say. Oh, a tiny ship completes its assassination mission and gets the kite. No longer will Nesmus' ship be killed by it, but it's still going to be hindered by it, unfortunately. Greedisher moves his EMP ship to help his teammate. If it can't retreat because half its thrusters are offline, then it starts taking damage from the cannons. And Nazma is turning his ship to protect the control rooms. The reactor almost dead. Few shields remaining in the way. Nukes from behind will probably continue to slow down Nazma's ship. I don't think it has any thrusters anymore. And it doesn't have enough control rooms to stay online anymore. Echo actually neutralized by Team Pink. Very impressive. It came at the cost of Nesmus's super heavy ship, which has 2 thrusters left, and is just gonna get killed at this point. Echo captured by Team Pink, very nice. So this is kind of the downside of having the very swarmy tactics from Team Cyan, is that you have a lot of ships that can't really do much unless they're all being like controlled, because they have to work together in tandem to work. And is shut offline again because of the EMPs. Very unfortunate. Greedus here just like casually strolling around and turning everything offline. That was probably their role in discussed in like pre-game strategy discussion. Echo still being pretty safely managed. The nuke's barely missing the ship that's currently protecting it. The Tiger is finally being assuredly put down. Wouldn't want a ship to tow it back and repair it, since that can happen. I don't expect that to happen, but it could happen. Hanselcat returning to be repaired, since you can do that, by the way. Starting spawning zones. A lot of these ships just don't have any controls. Well, I guess that one's offline. No, all of these are offline. Those are remnants from EMPs. I would have thought that that would be registered as dead, but I suppose not. Echo still being contested again, and trying his best to remove Greedis's ship. Probably gonna happen because all of the front armor compared to Greedis's ship, and, you know, massive deck cannons. I can't really move. I don't think it's being controlled, so Greedisher just probably gave up on it because Nesmus is coming with the large deck cannon ship anyway, unless it gets flanked, which is likely to happen because the 2 flanking ships, they're disrupting it. And Nesmus is is trying to maintain the control on Echo, but now it's being attacked by 5 ships, soon to be 6 ships at once. And it might kill Bunker, but I don't think that it's going to be able to do anything else past that. The laser, well, I don't want to say kite, but kite is pretty effectively going to cut through its sides if it doesn't focus. Producer has a nuke flyby ship that's going to be tasked with removing or trying to harry the laser ship. And all of the nukes hit. That's a dead ship. Well done. The nuke flyby ship. Nukes are interesting in domination because they have a low chance of hitting stuff. But if they do hit stuff, it's practically always a kill. And they're very cheap to like constantly refill and reuse because you can just fly back and gain ammo. Unless it gets EMP'd and killed. That would be unfortunate. But they are very good at removing the deck cannons. It's kind of a rock, paper, scissors of a sort because there's regular ships that are beat by deck cannons, and deck cannons are beat by nukes. And then regular ships can typically dodge nukes. At least that's my understanding of it. I'm not that good at domination. I'm such a novice. The nuke flyby ship punished for its crimes of killing its friends, or it was being punished, but it manages to slip away. That is the advantage of huge thrusters. They move very quickly. And we're starting to see Greedaser pick different ships. They probably actually started getting enough budget past their EMP ships so they can start actually participating in the fight themselves. Previously, they were just using the deck or the regular large cannon fighters with no reactors. But it seems they've moved on past that because they can't win in front-on fights against the deck cannon ships. And their utility is kind of minimal because of that. So Bravo continues to be held. Echo is probably going to be lost, I suspect, in the coming future. It's not currently being contested, but that will change swiftly. A lot of these EMP ships are just stuck around, just kind of floating, making sure to punish and space anything that might come by. That's about to die to nukes. And it has no control room, so it's going to be continued to rip apart from all. The Bravo still safely held, but I mean, there's still going to be a numbers advantage for Team Cyan. Kind of worrying, just a little bit. So let's see. Echo is neutralized. Bravo is still being held, and it seems that Team Cyan is retreating all of their ships. They probably noticed that they were out of ammo, perhaps. That one took a lot of damage, and they're repairing them. Oh, noticeably, the laser ship, the laser wall, I'll say, managed to get back. It wasn't actually killed, it just had its reactor destroyed, so it could still be repaired. Though it did cost a lot, because, I mean, you had to rebuild the reactor and all the crew and stuff. But the ship survived, so it's a huge discount, because, like, control rooms are expensive and stuff. Nuzmus and Greedaser are mounting an attack on Echo, trying to take it back. And Greedaser has EMP ship, the bane of Team Cyan's existence, about to kill another ship, likely, if EMPs were capable of turning. Greedaser is about to be shot at by a dead ship. Would be very unlucky if he loses thrusters there. No engine rooms, interesting. Greedaser notices and kills it so that it doesn't continue hurting his teammate. And Echo seems to be pretty safely captured. The nuke drive-by ship is in safe reserve nearby in case something heavier tries to come and approach. And it seems as though Team Cyan is getting a collection of ships and is about to charge. Team Pink is actually managing to finally start pushing back and is sending a ship towards Delta. And likely Charlie. This is noticed, of course, by Team Cyan, which send all of their ships for the tiny scout. Kind of unfortunate because they only needed one. Echo is recaptured by Team Pink. Nukes miss. Can dodge with deck cannon slow ships. It's just difficult. You have to already have momentum. And it's shut off by EMPs for the most part. Even if its control room is on, without thrusters it can't move. Fortunate. The laser wall. Nukes miss again, noticeably. Turning typically helps with dodging nukes a lot. And the laser wall is very good at kiting. I particularly did this. I know how effective it is. If you micro these ships, they basically never die. Like, you can always continue doing it. And Greedaser knows this. They both know this, so Nuzmus probably requested help for Greedaser to come and Kill it with nukes again. Let's see, only 2 launch, and it gets stuck on the wall because it has no crew in those nuke launchers, and you can't launch missiles without nukes. And the issue with only launching 2, besides only launching 2, is that they just bounce off shields. Nukes can actually be mitigated by shields, a very small amount, but like low amounts of nukes can just completely bounce off shields. That's unfortunate. That did not go nearly as well as they wanted it to. Greedish are continuing to rain terror with EMPs, shutting off another bunker. Unfortunately, it still got into the right position and is now firing at Greedisher. Probably going to automatically rotate, unfortunately, for Greedisher to just in time start punishing it. Nesmus breaking down through the front of another bunker. EMP ships fighting one another. Unfortunately, Greedisher did not win that engagement. Charlie being contested. Charlie neutralized, now being captured. Let's see if anyone gets there fast enough. The laser wall might get there. Might be spawning new ships to send immediately there. I wonder if they know what's there. Because if they know it's a small ship, then they could just send, like, a ship immediately to go contest it. But if it's a heavy ship, they might be waiting, assuming that they'll lose if they send ships into it. Information is very valuable. I'm actually wondering if there'll be sensors used at all. So Charlie captured, the ship immediately leaves. Preemptively, they send ships to Delta to make sure that there's nothing going over there. That thing is hard. Right, so Charlie's being recaptured. The 2 ships could not be contested by the small scout ship, at least not without very impressive piloting. Nasmus is retreating. His ship has a bunch of front damage. Wondering if it has a little bit too little armor. Might be going home to be repaired because it has too little. Might have a DC. Let's hope not. Echo neutralized. It was being recaptured by Hanselcat. Very cool. Alpha being neutral? No, Alpha was being neutralized. It might be. It could be that Nuzmus, not having rear thrusters, couldn't really stop and wanted to continue contesting Alpha. Alpha noticeably gives the most points. Nearly double? I think that is double. So you definitely want to have Alpha if given the chance. I mean, you won't have any point chance, but you know what I mean. Echo is being captured. The EMP ship continuing to gain value. That ship has been alive the entire game. It's been piloted very well by Greedus here. Very impressive. I wonder if ships with control rooms that are shut off continue to show vision. That could be what those are there for, but could also not be. I don't know. So mostly the same ships thus far. Not very many switches, but you can switch ships. Alpha is being fought over very aggressively. It's not being lost because there's enough ships, but it's not being regained. Being regained very slowly. But now the Greeter is here to help with the EMG ship. It's probably going to be captured again, unless the nukes come and kill that ship. Ooh, the laser wall and nukes are probably going to start finishing that ship off. A lot of ships near Alpha. I don't think that they're going to be able to continue contesting it for very long with only the 2 ships. As fearsome as those 2 ships are. Nesmus has no ship control and has no thrusters even if he had ship control. One control room, it might hurt something else, but it's probably not going to be doing anything else. All these ships up here are mostly dead from the Cyan team. Greedish's ship gets stuck on a rock that might spell its doom. No, it gets away. The 4 large thrusters and 2 standards, all supported by engine rooms, is very fast. Life speed, as always, is a huge component to ship design and domination. Nuzmus pulling out an even larger deck cannon ship. Not to be outdone, of course. This should probably kill something, but I mean, the issue is, like, consistently that he gets flanked after pulling out these ships, and, like, even though they are scary, they can't do anything if they're just flanked and immediately killed. Greedaster finally starts taking damage, is shown to bleed with his EMP ship, as it's getting attacked from behind. The very thin side armor. It might lose a control room. Loses a reactor. No, that's gonna cut its thrust in half. Loses the other reactor, might be a problem. Manages to get off its other pursuer, one of its pursuers, by EMPing it. Continues to forward, move away. Might capture Charlie with its remaining last breath, or it might try and get home. No, fire is gonna destroy its movement system. I think that ship's finally dead. Alpha is being contested again. Greater doing the heavy lifting here, while Nesmus has a turn a mile wide as he tries to get back in time. Greater probably has more action bandwidth effectively because he no longer is microing his heart out with the Me 264. And Greater is starting to clean up Alpha. Make sure that there's nothing else left to contest it. There's one ship left. Probably gonna be done for. Echo is neutralized again. Gonna be captured again. It's gonna be back to 4 versus 1 point, I imagine. And they are running out of time. They have a minute to get like 3 points. And they're only capturing 1 right now. Not good. I don't think they can pull it out in time. All that Team Cyan needs to do is harry those ships because they just can't get to a point fast enough, and then they win. Let's see. And they don't seem to be intent on doing anything else but sitting there on Alpha, which is understandable because they do have the advantage. Nesmus is back to tank some nukes. The corpses of his opponents will tank the damage for the most part. And I think that's gonna be it, unfortunately. I hate to call it early, but I think that is gonna be it. Aethelcat and seem to have pulled out a win despite the 2 disconnects. Clear winners here, of course. With half a minute, but I'm sure that's gonna be effectively a minute and a half because of the lag and such. And there's a lot of ships. Look at the fleet values. 80k behind. Yeah, that's not great. And the fact that it's in so many ships that are so far away is also a huge problem. Like, even if all of these ships, like, even if Cyan self-destructed all their ships, I don't think that Pink would be capable of collecting Delta or Charlie fast enough. They are contesting Echo. Capturing Echo, even. I don't think it'll be in time, though. It'll just, like, be neutralized and the game will be over. But they continue to struggle on. No forfeiting allowed, of course. This Team Pink. Um, See, that's what I mean. Like, the flanking is just brutal, and now the ship has no control room because the crew operating died. They'll probably get flanked by the laser wall again. And Echo was neutralized. It's gonna be captured. Very cool. Um, there's no way to get to Charlie or Delta in time, much less capture them in time, unless all their ships probably teleported there. But unfortunately, FTL is not a mechanic. None of these ships have FTL drives. Alpha will continue to be. Well, I don't think control roomless ships can contest points. There's no thrusters, and that's game. And in Hatzelcat, or Team Cyan, as they're so lovingly called, is the victor here. Do yes,
I'm
co-caster.
back.
Welcome back.
Finally, after that long hiatus.
Yes, it was very frightening. I am going to take a drink because that was, I think my voice is already kind of going a little bit.
All right, let's see who we have up next. It is Let's see, Emperor and Nick versus Eno and Commandant. All right, all we're waiting on is hold up, people are on the wrong teams. Just waiting on Emperor. We got everyone here.
All right, I'm back. Um, Unfortunately, there is not a name tag for Paratron and Nick because they signed up at literally the last second, or what feels like the last second. What a nightmare.
All right, and I'm assuming they're picking ships.
Oh, I imagine they're picking ships, but we can't actually see. So.
Yeah. Let's see, last matchup took what 40 something minutes for us to get it figured out. Ooh, that was a while.
Well, we have it going now.
Let's hope this one goes a little faster. Because otherwise we'll be here for like 3 days.
Well, they seem to have better connections, so that's a
Yeah.
nice thing at least.
Everyone's at 2 bars.
Better than one bar. Just a single game. It's a double elimination bracket, by the way. So you have to lose twice to be out of the game. The final round will be a best of 3, of course.
People readying up.
Wonder what we're waiting on. You know, I would think that previews off would have sped up the ship selection. Shout out to Nick for not reading the rules.
Mark that off your bingo cards.
I think we already kind of got the fire death. Didn't result in the loss of the game, but Greater Series EMP ship did die to fire. We're waiting for Commandant and Terratron. Yep. I just Emperor Terratron, because that's what those letters are supposed to mean.
Let's hope Nick doesn't run into too much connectivity issues. See
Yes,
him edging that way a little bit. It's
yes.
getting me
Already,
worried.
already in red is where he is. As are you. I'm trying not to lag.
Yeah. I don't have the best internet. Good thing I'm not hosting this.
Yes,
All right. Starting in purple hasn't put any ships out yet.
yes. Pink is off to a much more aggressive start. And do keep in mind that there is fog of war, so people running in asteroids, though it looks silly, is understandable. Like, people are only have like 1 second to react to these things.
Yeah, I see a lot of a
Like,
lot
two
of
ships got
strange
stuck on the
driving.
asteroids. Kind of interesting that they're symmetrical. I would not have guessed that they are. Shade with a heavy deck cannon ship because there always needs to be one. Versus, wow, that's a very interesting ship. The expendable looking small cannon spam. Very interesting. Like, once those run out of ammo, they don't have any recharge. And unfortunately, if they just die, they also don't have any recharge. That's probably a good reason why deck cannons are so prevalent, is because you can just put as much armor as you want in front of them.
That ship, it did actually still have ammo in the guns. It was the control room that went out.
Yes. I don't like. A few more shots. So Shade, with proper support, noticeably, is capturing Alpha, and Delta is being captured by Team Purple.
Note how well he defended his engines instead of letting them get picked off like a lot of other ships had.
Yeah, he has like the back armor that's very necessary. Baratron with his own deck cannon ship with the expendable looking large cannons. So Alpha is captured, but this came at the cost of losing Delta, so that's an interesting trade-off.
Commandant almost lost his ship due to not paying attention. In fact, they
Yeah,
are about to lose. Yeah, they just lost a ship due to
that
not
ship's dead.
looking the right way. That's an
Yeah,
expensive mistake.
that's an interesting thing. With domination, it's like you have to pay attention to a lot of things. So it's a very interesting difference in skills. Oh, if those nukes were not dodged, that ship is gone. There's nothing left. So Shade, it seems like the small cannon standard was part of a development in um current tactics for domination, because there's a ton of these ships. Nick fighting with his teammate because his ship is in the way, or he forgot about it. And Shade continues to just squat on Alpha. It's his. It belongs to him. Charlie attempted to be captured, did not go well.
Shade is also capturing Delta right now.
Yes, Shade's doing a good job. Commandant is probably the just like distraction, the nuisance maybe.
The deck cannon and the ships are fighting right now.
Yes. I still think Shade wins this one. Like, it's harder to get to the control room, but I mean, he has more firepower due to the deck cannons. Unless Nick manages to start dealing damage to the rear. The armor is almost gotten through, though.
There are two engines that I have no idea how they're not dead. Literally at double-digit health.
Oh no. So Shade's front was breached. But
Oh, and there's flanking on the other side, though.
yeah, Commandant came in to assist. Um, Unfortunately, he should really be paying attention to that ship to help his teammate. If this plays out correctly, Shade could retreat and repair that ship at very low cost. There he goes. Now it's firing.
Oh,
Oh, and
yep.
it's
He
gone.
good
There we
hit the
go.
control room. That's over.
So Shade needs to probably be moving that ship out of the way if he's not too busy capturing Echo. This is even more of a shutout a little bit than the last match was.
Shade's getting pelted by missiles, though, so it's having some issues, and it's a miracle he still has a lot of his thrusters
Yeah.
that literally are at double digit.
So only Bravo left for Team Purple.
Oh, or just lost one of those thrusters.
I imagine Shade's still going to be able to get back. His thrusters are still symmetric unless he gets stuck on the rock. Watch out, Shade. He likely wasn't
Oh,
paying attention.
yep.
Like, I'll just assign a movement command and it'll be fine. It wasn't fine.
And he's no way he gets off that.
He could have another ship come help. He could use Strafe.
Using
Unless
another ship is the best option.
Emperor Terratron is probably sending a ship because he knows it got stuck. And if that ship manages, yeah, that's exactly what it's going for. Commandant coming to try and stop that, I think. Oh, this is going to be close.
Oh,
One
look at that
can,
deflect.
one volley managed to get to the reactor. Let's see if it has fire extinguishers. Commandant manages to get rid of the scout ship that was causing problems, and Shade nearly has Bravo captured. Okay, so now they just need to remove the ships from Alpha and they instantly win.
Looks like there's ships jumping on Bravo though, so that
Yeah,
is
so it's worth reiterating, you have to capture all the points to end a game early, but they cannot be contested. You have to fully control the points. So while it is impressive that they got all 5 points, it is not yet a game-winning action.
definitely an income gap is forming right now.
Yes. Currently, they have pretty close to the same income, only 100k difference. Shade with another heavy cannon ship. Just gave up on the second one, I imagine, or the first one. Commandant managed to kill one of Nick's ships that is guarding, and the other one from Terratron. Terratron's isn't being paid attention to. So if
Seems
he
like
could kill that one,
seems like Shade just leaving his ship that got stuck.
yeah,
It's not doing all that much.
it's very difficult to get ships with no reverse thrusters off, and I guess it might not have occurred to them to try and get another ship to come and hit it from the side to knock it off. Shade destroying the missile orbiter that was causing problems. Kind of killed the first one, essentially. And it's gonna neutralize Alpha once he removes the spam butterfly of Chartrons. Yep, there we go. Echo was captured by Team Purple. Bravo is neutralized. If they're gonna send anything towards Alpha, they know it's there. Well, if they have good memory.
Seems like they're sending another of their praying mantis looking ships.
Yes, very huge focus from both teams, but especially Purple, on storage-based designs, even just for the thrusters. Because like a lot of those thrusters don't have any power supply.
Ooh, Alpha's holding on by just a thread right now. And as soon as this ship dies, which it's running pretty low in health, yep,
Yep,
Alpha's gone.
neutralized. Bravo being,
Shade's pretty good with his deck cannons.
yeah, it can last a pretty long time, and as long as it doesn't get flanked due to overwhelming numbers, then it has a pretty good time. But it's like, I think the issue was that the previous team made it their main focus. Like, they didn't have any support that moved all the cheap ships. But now that it's like in a series of 1v1s, it's now beginning to show its like true strength, of course. For Shade's ships still stuck on the rock. Echo being neutralized.
Like Shade's just focusing on moving other stuff around.
Yeah, capturing Alpha. Bravo's being captured.
couple of say ships are actually not even capacitor based, just going off of the energy stored in the engines.
Yeah. Huge fleet value difference. 1.3 mil versus 200K.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
my.
it looks like it's about. Yep, there we go.
I think that's it.
That was much faster than the last one.
Yes. Good on everyone involved for not disconnecting.
That was a clean game.
Uh, you have access to the bracket. Can you announce the next teams?
Yeah, I'll go. Next teams is
Like ping them.
Parisi J. Yeah, I'll ping them. And 28 versus Cheese and Mongoose. I will try to ping them, but I hold up. I gotta find their tags.
Dark. Let's see. Are those part of the same team?
Yeah,
Yes.
what's Mongoose's Discord?
Mongoose is already in game.
All right. I think I pinged the other team. I think. What's the other guy's tag? Is it to Neil Herbert? Is that the right
Um,
one?
pretty sure you can go to the sign up list to see them. Yes, it's Tunai Herbert. Hubert.
All right. There we go. We got him.
Just a second.
But everyone's connection improves. Well, how's everyone doing? What's our viewership at? 32.
Not the worst. Not the best. I don't know. Are people more excited about domination? I can't imagine.
We normally get like 70 or 80, right?
I don't know. It's been getting worse every stream, but I mean, that's all right.
Yeah, that's the when Cosmoteer is first released is when everyone's going crazy.
Yeah,
And then
like
slowly
28K
yeah.
views on the first one. Anyway, are off.
All
I
right,
didn't
let's
play
see
with
what strategies
I didn't play with any of these people, so I don't know how good they are.
Quick start from everyone. Red team's going crazy with the ships on the start.
Yeah, they spawn like in a ton. Only 4 compared to pink. These are some
Pink,
pretty expert-looking designs, pretty standard. It's the 4 large cannons with armor in the front, with powered by energy storages. Then deck cannons. Pretty similar loadouts for everyone involved thus far.
there's a lot of rear armor on red team.
I mean, you have to survive flanking, of course. Instantly going for alpha. Typically, teams don't seem to do that. I think red is spending most of their budget, like as much as possible, spending all of their budget so that they can instantly get an advantage. And they may just like instantly neutralize Delta. Nukes unfortunately managed to all land on one ship and graze the other one.
Yeah, they got about 2 halves of a ship.
Very strange ship from Mongoose. It looks like it's a kite, but with lasers.
That's unusual.
No reverse thrust, so it can't kite super well. Because like if an opponent kites, then you're gonna be having a rough time. Alpha, currently raging battle going on there.
Looks like there's only one pink left in alpha.
And they seem to be pushing it out. That might be intentional.
It's definitely helping because now they can actually start capturing.
Yeah, I would have assigned the deck cannon ship to go and help remove it, but it's dead now, so I guess that is an issue. Delta being captured. Echo is about to be contested. Charlie is neutralized. Wow, Pink has no more points anymore. That was quick.
Yeah, and red now has 3, maybe 4 soon,
Red
depending
might
on how.
lose one, but they definitely seem to know what they're doing, which is reflected in their designs.
And that weird laser kite seems to have lost its control room.
Yeah. It didn't have any shields, which are kind of necessary if you want energy-based designs,
Yeah, it's
because
very also the crew pathing is not the best on that one.
fortunate. Alpha's about to be captured. That is flag allows it. Echo is actually neutralized and was contested by Pink, but will be recaptured, I imagine. Yes, Alpha's captured, so that's kind of rough.
It's a big pay gap going on right now. As big as they can get with how this the settings are.
Yeah. Team Red seems to have like nearly 3 times as much credits spent. Well, now a lot more than that in terms of fleet value. No, only twice as much. Echo is captured. They successfully pushed off the cricket from Mongoose.
Oh, in Charlie, there was a big rear deck cannon shot that completely murdered
Yeah,
a reactor.
not great. Seems like Tony Ye and Brizzy Gem are one of the teams to bet on.
Yeah, that's a fairly. They're not even 2 minutes in, and they're very close to winning.
Yeah, they really dismantled their opponents.
Let's see, once Charlie gets captured, it's over, and there's only one ship on the other team.
That's unfortunate. They don't really have. Well, they have some credits to spawn ships, but I doubt it could work its way through all of these other ships. It is about to die.
There we
And
go.
that's
That
it.
was a 2 minute match. That was
Less than 2 minutes. They had 5 seconds to go.
yeah. That's a
Very
big
impressive.
difference from earlier. Things are getting lively now.
Alright, now the next one is Polar and Tapeable versus Dark Knight and Finn.
there's only 150 difference in total income. So evidently, a lot of the fights coming down to how you use the ships you're given,
Yeah.
because the points aren't that important.
Well, I mean, they are the win condition.
Yeah, but as long as you keep one, the opponent can't really get much more than a 20% income advantage on you. So it seems like it's keeping ships alive and fighting well. That's more defining the outcome.
Ooh. Which I mean, I think that's ideal because previously it's just like, I'm told in other rule sets it's just like once you get points, you snowball, and then the other opponent can't win no matter what they do. So I would say that this is, at least by comparison, ideal.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that Kawa is satisfied. It was his rule set that he's um arranged.
Yep. Let's see. Power capable versus Dark Knight and Finn. Good luck to them. We only have one team right now.
Yes. Dark and Finn were both relatively late additions to the joining. They weren't actually pinged, so I guess they weren't watching the stream. The Dark Knights. I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing them in the sign up list. Oh, Finn never signed up with his teammate. The other teammate never joined.
Did anyone check in?
Nope. I suppose that's my fault for not checking it sooner. Okay, Polar and Tapable, you stay here. Because you are gonna go up against Mint and Slowking. Up.
Alrighty, this will be an interesting matchup. Two definitely competent teams.
Yes. Mint and Slowking are both recognized names, as are Polar
Oh,
Bear and Tapable. So this is gonna be one of the more explosive matches, I'm guessing.
yeah, you're gonna see ships built very well. Slow King was evidently slow to prepare a schedule.
Oh, I mean, it is his wheelhouse. That's what he's good for.
Just waiting on Team 2 now. What stuff got moved?
Just rearranging Mint and Slowking, making sure it's alphabetical. Particular that way.
Oh,
Very curious to what these teams are gonna bring. Is it gonna be more of the deck cannon rammers? What schedule?
evidently. Yeah,
Ooh, interesting setup.
that is certainly a. Delta's kind of hidden behind an asteroid. Same with Echo. Oh, yeah, it's symmetrical, that's why.
Mint comes in with EMPs, and then Slowking has his deck, his cannon ships.
He's
Um,
running out fast.
Capable and Polar both come with their deck cannon ships. Good start. Polar nearly gets himself stuck on an asteroid. That would have been catastrophic. And he does it with the other one. Unfortunate he'll lose a ship like that. He can't get it off.
Oh, he's spun it out. I think that was a little bit of manual control right there.
Mint sacrifices the ship because um, they couldn't see what Capable had. As does Slow King.
Looking loses another.
Yeah, Slow King tried to flank Polar Bear's DC E1 underscore R. Wow, these are interesting names. Tries to flank the deck cannon ship and just gets it killed. Kind of unfortunate.
Ooh, Slow
Nice
King just
dodge.
dodged nukes. There's a very close nuke dodge.
So Alpha
Polar
is
bear.
captured by Team 1. Oof, the EMP ship
Oh,
not nearly as much value as one has come to expect from them. It instantly gets killed by Tapeable.
Polar bear bears nuke ships still alive somehow.
Yeah, it's been flying around pretty effectively. Tapeable really wreaking havoc with these very lightly armored ships. This is the like advantage of the. Wow, that is a very fast ship with the triple boost thruster. Outruns EMPs until it runs out. But yeah, the deck cannon ships are very frightening against like lightly armored opponents that are based on glass cannoning your opponent to death because you can just add more armor.
And it looks like Polar bear just took out another of, I believe, Slow King's ships on
Echo and
Echo.
yeah, Echo's being challenged. Charlie's being captured. It seems as though Mint and Slow King don't have any deck cannon ships of their own because they just keep bringing in small cannon ships. And Charlie is captured and going to be immediately lost, I imagine.
And just the fleet value right now is very in favor of
Yeah, Team
well,
1.
there actually just came in 4 more ships.
Mint has to be very careful to not leave Charlie. Otherwise, they. Nope. Yeah, the only reason that they were surviving is that because Charlie was contested and the scout could not make it in time.
Oh, just by a little bit. I should have turned the boost on.
Oh no, very unfortunate.
Well, maybe Slow King can prep for the loser bracket.
Let's hope so. But
Yeah,
Polar
it's
and
probably.
Tapeable probably demonstrate the most one-sided match thus far. Not to be outdone by the previous matches, of course.
All right, who do we have next?
Right, we have
Fox Slayer Kawa.
yes, Boxslayer and Kawa versus and Hansel Cat.
All right.
I got it.
All right, yeah, you can take. Let's see, Kawa's, I'm sure, very excited. I'm sure he's already here. See?
Uh,
Oh no,
no.
tapeable. It's a 1.
Play, play, play. That's so much fun.
You say it with glee.
I mean, it's you get to kick players in Kawa. There we go. That was very fast.
Waiting for everyone to ready up.
Do Okay, so I would
Right.
say that Kawa and Boxslayer are the first seed or the second seed. That's interesting because And and Hansel had a pretty good strategy, but I mean, Kawa and Boxslayer are frightening to say the least.
Hey, look, it's a Mickey Mouse looking arena.
My asteroids continue to cause problems for the fog, since because of the fog of war. Boxslayer opening with a deck cannon ship. Pretty classic. 4 deck cannons forward. This one actually has reverse thrust, which is kind of rare. Hansel Cat's scouts abandon Alpha, probably to pre prefer scouting information, find out what their opponents are using.
Box Slayer is already making a move on Alpha.
Yeah. Currently I don't think that yellow can contest that at all. Well, I mean,
Kawa just built on a fight that I think he would have won, actually.
yeah, Kawa is trying
Oh,
to hunt down these ships with his faster ship. I imagine that
uh,
since both of these players only have one ship, they can direct control them to great effect. And Kawa has Justice, very large laser ship. I've piloted that, and if he's directly controlling it, it's going to be very fearsome.
I had a feeling they were saving up for something a little more expensive.
Yeah, the issue is, like, as strong as all of these ships are, they're just losing points because they can't deal with all these scouts. And it gets stuck on a rock, losing all of its momentum. Echo is lost. Charlie is neutralized. Fox Slayer probably trying to move into position. No, that's nukes. It can't hit the scout. Kawa trying to save Echo. Alpha is neutralized. Hansel Cat
Seems
doing
like
a great job with the scouts.
the nuke ship isn't getting enough action.
Yeah, that's kind of like an anti-large ship, and they don't have any large ships.
These small scouts are just running circles.
Yeah, Kawa is starting to get value from Justice because that's what it's the value engine. They're still kind of losing though. I mean, Kawa is capturing Charlie right now, but if they lose Alpha, then they are in a real bad position.
Box Slayer just lost a big ship on a control room in the reactor dive.
Let's see,
Kawa
Kawa,
just ditched Echo. That
yeah,
was a
that's unfortunate. He's probably switching it so that the belligerents can capture it. I'm trying to kill the whatever that ship is called before it can um be challenge Echo, and Kawa has to abandon Charlie again. Alpha's being captured. Echo's neutralized at least, so they're not in immediate danger of dying. But their numbers advantage is really beginning to show. Boxslayer has to retreat one of his ships to repair it. Charlie is lost again. Their focus on direct control, which is what I suspect they're doing, is pretty advantageous when it works, but I mean, it doesn't work if, like, both of you are doing it, I would say. One of you has to play the swarm game.
there's a definitely getting close right now because there's only Kawa's the only one out there on a point.
Yeah. And he's about to die to EMPs. That ship is very vulnerable to EMPs, and it just had his control room shut off. Because it's almost entirely energy based. Fortunately, the nukes don't hit, but I mean,
If
they're about
if
to.
nobody gets there in time, it's gonna be game. Someone's got to do something.
Yeah, I
There's
think that's
no
gonna be it.
that should be
Yeah, that's a good reason as to why ships like Justice aren't commonly used, is because You just EMP them and they die, like they're dead in the water.
Yep, that's it.
That's unfortunate. That's kind of an
Another
upset.
short match. A lot of favorites have been taken out.
Which is very interesting. Um, I think that and Ansel as well as Breezy Gem and Tony Ye are going to be some of the more exciting players, surprisingly. I was not expecting such.
Next, we have Cosmic and Zachary and Inno and Commandant, which is another stacked match.
These are all recognizable names. You sure? Cosmic and Zachary. Commandant, the first to show up. I can. Alright, so I can currently kind of show the bracket. Winners bracket. Currently, we're doing Cosmic and Zachary versus Eno and Comet, as you can see. And now we're just waiting for um, Cosmic to show up, Zachary's teammate, which is the Destroyer 98 in game, of course. Cosmic is in the lobby. Wondering if Destroyer is talking to him. Zachary's talking to him.
See in lobby chat.
Yeah, he's right there. Like, come on, buddy. What's going on? I mean, we just have to disqualify them if they don't show up, so that'd be kind of unfortunate.
Yeah. Apparently, he's across the cosmos right now. There he is.
Yay. This is very, very cool. Be very sad if we had to disqualify another team for not showing.
We could disqualify our way to the finals.
That'd be amusing to say the least. Very unfortunate. So, Shade Commandant, very satisfied with this strategy. Interestingly, Zachary and Cosmic could have watched the stream and seen their strategy a little bit. So they technically have a little bit of an advantage just by virtue of their nature of placement in the bracket. Let's see if that yields any results.
Ready up yet? Not quite. Also, Zachary's in-game name is the Destroyer 98.
Yes.
to confuse anybody.
It's a little bit confusing. Cosmoteer doesn't have a nickname system, so it can be difficult. That's why I'm Apaguchi instead of Saris. To the endless chagrin.
Cosmic, you're not ready to.
I guess that explains why it took so long to join.
Quick start. Looks like they're starting with bigger ships for orange, which is shading
Yeah.
Commandant.
And then Team Red is bypassing the minimum budget by having explosive charges to these ships. So a neat advantage of these ships is that you can instantly contest points, and if your opponent has like a few big ships, then they can't respond in time. So they're probably going to lose Bravo. Like, they're definitely going to lose Bravo, and I don't know if they'll even be able to capture it before it's captured again.
I think they'll barely get there in time because these ships are already damaged and nobody seems to be driving them to dodge.
Yeah, it's just a good way to instantly destabilize your opponent. So they did lose Bravo, but they got it back, and it didn't seem as though it played off because they did effectively punish and shut down the small, low-cost ships.
Well, it seems like Alpha's about to quickly fall as well. Cosmic is not getting too involved in the fight, and that's
Yeah, Destroyer understandably
leading.
targeted the weaker armored ship, but he showed his side to the huge ship, which was a bad move. That's a lot of damage very early on for Destroyer.
He's still able to shoot out though, so that ship is at least getting through a lot of its ammo. And weakening up Shade for the future. Oh, there's a sensor array. Shade has a sensor scanner so they can see further, which is a consequence of having fog of war.
Yes, he's going to be able
That
to capture Charlie and see anything coming from a mile away, which is a good way to make sure that you don't lose that somewhat expensive ship.
it's also in like strangely built ship, but in a somewhat nice way.
Destroyer is still doing really great things with that ship of his, probably directly controlling it to finish off opponents and dodge cannon shots. Because it did that to like 3 different ships. And let's see if it continues to pull off such slick maneuvers. Nope, it flew right into all the cannon shells. Trying to flank
That
Enoshade's heavy ship.
and it's getting countered by commandants.
Yeah, shields are very good against cannons.
The nuke ship is right up front, but it
It,
seems to have
it does clear the reverse
been
armor.
destroyed.
So Enoshade might be returning that home to repair it, but the nuke ship manages to escape unscathed. The censorship was killed. Unfortunately, Enoshade couldn't protect it, but it did contest Charlie. It even got Charlie.
Seems like Cosmic is using a lot of those little ships, little pointy looking ships.
Yeah, built to be pretty expendable, I think. Like, they just return home and refill the ammo if they lose the cannon modules, since they're relatively hard to take out the centers of because of the shield and armor. So Alpha's being contained, captured by 3 ships, which probably accounts for the speed. Enoshade returned the heavy ship home to repair it. Maybe refill ammo as well, since you can also do that at the spawn points.
Shade and Commandant have a strong advantage when it comes to holding Alpha
Yeah.
with two large ships and
They
another in the area.
they also have like twice as much budget on the field. That is a huge advantage of repairing ships instead of buying new ones, is that you get to retain a lot of value. The Shade repaired it. It's gonna be moving back down.
Looks like Shade is a favorite to win this one. Shade and Commandant, team
Yeah.
one.
They seem to be doing a really great job, and the other team is resisting. It's not a blowout. They have lasted 3 minutes thus far. Very impressive, really.
That's like the longest it's been out of the last couple matches.
Yes, it's been very explosive, which is cool, I think. More of these cheap ships, I'm curious as to why they're spending budget on that when they can't fight at all, and they know that the opponent is capable of responding to them effectively. And they can also see like the opponent does have ships like holding those points in case that more came. Delta's being contested by
Delta's about to be
Commandant.
lost. Actually, hold up. Some ship might get there in time. Nope,
Oh,
barely not. Just missed it.
fortunate. I don't think that these Sabiers can take on the cannonlings either. Like the shields are brutal to deal with. And just like the firepower is a lot more. Now if a nuke comes along, that might change the balance.
Yeah, it's looking pretty one-sided right now.
With a ship like Rumble on the field, it might be able to make the difference. So I don't see like being able to easily sweep Shade's variant of it, which would be necessary. Like you might capture Delta, but I mean, it doesn't have any rear armor. Well, it doesn't have any thruster protection, which means they can have its reactor shot out pretty easily at the right angle.
Oh yeah, that's deadly. Also, it's not very maneuverable, so it's just missed Delta.
Yeah, it's gonna have issues. Shade and Commandant, like, very confidently just sitting on Alpha, not even content to not move out. I mean, after all, why waste resources if you're fine, if you're in a winning position anyway?
That's four decent-sized ships. I'm surprised they aren't using them right now.
Using one of them anyway. But I can understand having the fleet anchor of the deck cannon ship remain there to try and dissuade anyone from their wrongful ways of trying to take it. After all, if they just hold this position, they can win. I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been any like spinners, which are known for their ability to sit on a spot and like just make sure nobody else can try and take it.
Yeah, or like a spinner that's pushed, so it has like no thrust at all. It's all in the gunpowder, and you push it somewhere and leave it there.
Yeah. Um, the Rumble getting flanked as it was predicted that it would. Fortunately, Commandant doesn't aim for the thrusters, which would have really crippled it.
Oh,
But
there, that was a shot just right in. Barely missed the thrusters.
yeah, Rumble is panicking. Like I don't think he wanted to show his backside to all of those ships. The nuke ship coming along to try and do a drive-by and save its elder ship.
And managed to split and create, honestly, more problems.
Harley's being captured. Rumble is effectively their only piece on the board in terms of like doing anything.
It's got very exposed engines on one side. Actually, it's lost the engine room, so all the engines on the left side aren't going to be functioning very soon. And that means they're not going to be able to go anywhere because they won't have balanced thrust.
Also having crew issues with the operators. If Rumble doesn't get to Delta, they're gonna lose. And I think that, yep, Rumble didn't turn in time. I don't think that they're gonna be able to make it.
Oh, yep, that looks like it. There we go.
It's
That's
kind of
game.
surprising. They had similar fleet values, but Orange was completely dominant.
A lot of red was sitting on their home plate.
It might have been that they didn't have power for their control rooms, so it just shut off, and then they couldn't refill it.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Next up, we have Eric the Awful and King versus Prize. Hold up, let me get a better look at that.
Um,
There's Jim and Tony Ye.
Worth noting that um, see. Yes, worth noting that King and Eric the Awful are one of the other major seeds within the tournament. Like, if you were to bet on it, which I don't advise you do,
Oh, why not?
that would certainly be one of the teams to be doing so with. There's a lot of things to manage.
Everybody's in the what do you call it, lobby?
Yes. Let's see. So this is definitely going to be one of the more explosive matches, I would say. Or I expect it to be.
Yep. We saw how quick Team One won their match. What was that? A minute 55, I think. Was that them?
Yeah, like they had 4 seconds left. Under 2 minutes anyway. So let's see if the I'm not sure what the term is. Underdogs maybe can beat the veterans that are be expected to win. Because I mean, they overcame pretty interesting players. Now, they did have a shutout. I don't think that they beat other experienced players though. So let's see how this goes. If if ever they ready. There we go.
All right. I expect a very fast start. Yep.
Oh my, that's a lot of noises.
The paint jobs are also on point with Team One.
Yes. I am very fond of the white, gray, and black color scheme. King also uses a similar scheme, a different style. Eric the Awful is already aggressively going towards Alpha. They only have 2 ships. I don't know. We've continued to see that only the small numbers of ships is not advantageous.
Yeah.
And they
Seems like
dispatched a ton of different ships to go to Charlie, it would seem. Like
well,
I've
it seems
seen
like they're coming in, going very strongly everywhere.
yes.
On deck has started. Seems
Echo.
like Eric's getting surrounded.
Yes, that's the main disadvantage. It does have a lot of armor, but it's only a matter of time before it's worn away. And in the meantime, while it's trying to avoid
Ooh,
It's going to eat
big,
nukes and
big
be.
hit. Ate some nukes.
It can't deal any damage in the meantime when it's doing the spinning either, because it like can't focus the fire.
That nuke ship, though, I think it got EMP'd or something because it's all out of power. Or maybe that was a one and done.
Typically that does work because you just like you dispatch those ships to counter, like ships like Eric's that are just very armor heavy. Like there's another one coming in up top. Because like you only need to get one good shot from behind and then the ship's dead.
Oh. I know.
King's deck cannon ship is coming in behind to remove Tony Ye's. It might be what the bomber of Crazy Gem is coming in to remove instead.
Looks like Echo's also been captured, so right now Team 1 is up a little bit, and Eric's got just one control room left.
Yeah, I think it might be
And,
out of ammo too.
and that control room does not have anything connected to it.
The nukes unfortunately miss. Oh, those are boost thrusters. That's why they were offline, is because they boosted. It's a delightful fight in the center. A lot of things are
Oh,
dying.
look at big explosions on Mr. King because of a little sneaky ship in the back.
Yes. Huge, huge example of why having full armor can be very important. Because like one mess up and then like one cannon shell where it shouldn't be. So instead of retreating with the other ship, they just keep throwing more at the pile. Finally, Eric the Awful and King are dispatching ships to Delta and Echo. Seem to be moving on from the center, like there's too many purple there. Fleet values mostly similar thus far. They haven't, neither team snowballed. The metal virus is going to probably detonate the, yeah, it seems like it's going to detonate the ammo section again.
Yep. There, it blew up some of the, what do you call them?
Ammo factories and such.
Yeah, that's what it was. So now that those are gone,
And
that
King,
ship is a big annoying hunk of armor that will get in the way of capturing the point, though.
it is true, but I mean, it still hurts to not have like the value anymore. Same as Eric the Awful ship, which is just out of ammo because the factories got shut down through lack of reactor.
Right now, a little brawl going on at Delta.
Yeah, very similar ships, both of them. I wonder who wins it because, I mean, essentially the same ship.
Looks like one had better maneuverability
I think it just
and
got in a
got
better
around.
position, really. Though the other one did die, so Delta will continue to be captured. Echo managed to push off Eric the Awful ship. Alpha's being... Oh, Alpha's still not being captured. King managing to use his few remaining thrusters to turn the armor to be obnoxious. This has been like the most destructive match thus far, I think.
Pony's coming in on Delta for a 2 versus 1. Evidently, they're not paying attention because their ship is just sitting there. Missed some good opportunities for flanking.
Delta is continuing to be contested. There's a numbers advantage slightly for Team Red. See where that goes. Oof, and they get stuck on each other again. Alpha continues to be gridlocked. See if this flanking ship can manage to get the reactor.
Yeah, that ship's just gonna stay there forever.
Yeah,
Unless
they
someone
need
focuses
to
on
remove
the
it.
reactor.
I almost think that they should have another metal virus ship just for the explicit use of just removing the reactor on that ship.
Well, it seems like they're starting to get shooting at it with the Corvette from Tony A.
Antonio, move it. There you
They,
go.
they're-
Oh, that somehow didn't kill the controller. Let's get the other one.
it's burning those, so Only a matter
Yeah,
of
there's no fire extinguishers, so that at least only have
three
one
tiles
more.
of fire.
Okay, the numbers are definitely in Team Purple's favor now. There's 400k difference.
Yep. That's the importance of a good start.
Yeah. Definitely I think worth noting that this makes it like the numbers advantage makes it so you can lose ships and not like be hugely hindered. If you have ships that need to get value for them to be worth it, and then they don't, you're in a huge bad position. A huge
Looks like
disadvantage.
Delta is about to get taken back. Got two ships over there versus one that's already out of ammo.
Yeah, and can't really move anymore.
Echo's looking pretty weak too.
Echo's already captured, it would
Yeah,
seem.
Alpha I meant.
Ah, yeah. Just have to remove the one ship. Well, I guess there's a second one now. Oh, third one. Okay, so Alpha is still being contested really well. They are holding out in that effort, but I mean, Purple team still has twice as much budget on the field.
Seems like Purple might want to go back for repairs at some point.
Yeah, definitely. Like a lot of these ships are very damaged. No, Tony's Vitaloka is going to be flanked again.
Seems like Eric was using a tactic where he stayed out of range with his nukes and manually fired them. And had it pointed at the right place.
That's normally a really bad idea, but I mean, if your opponent isn't reacting at all, then it's liable to just hit.
Yeah, I think what he did is he like used the whole position based stuff, like fleet mechanic maybe to align it right. I'm not sure.
Harley is being attacked. Very bold. Surprised that they didn't just continue to try and take Alpha, but going all the way to Charlie. Bravo's under threat from Eric. Very nice.
Bravo's yeah, Eric's out here actually carrying the weight. Looks like there's some ships nearby. They're gonna try to counter that. Surprised Tony A hasn't refilled ammo on his ships.
Yeah, I mean, that's another reason to go back home. Bravo is neutralized, though it'll come at heavy cost. That's a dead ship. I'm not sure that was worth the sacrifice.
Oh yeah. Bravo's just gonna switch right back. It's looking like Team One's gonna win this as long as they don't disconnect.
That would be very unfortunate, so don't give them the idea.
They have a big, big fleet advantage. They're not even worried about ammo or nothing, not repairing any ships. Just leaving it. They're gonna take Alpha and looks like they'll
Like, Bravo is captured. Next is Alpha. Delta's being contested. Nobody's dealing with it yet.
I think they're all distracted at Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie's pretty intense. Only so long before all of these ships on Alpha start moving down, though. Alright, Delta's no longer being contested. The ship left the ring. Which will probably give enough time for somebody else to come and intercept. Yeah, now there's 3 Vitalokas on the field. Fleet value continues to be twice as large in Purple's favor.
Yep. And the amount of deck cannons Purple has is starting to become very overwhelming. Those deck cannon ships are very capable.
Yeah, with just how they're like playing and throwing the ships at each other, it's like it becomes a numbers game of just how much can you throw at an opponent and how much can you afford to lose. And if you have an advantage when you start playing that sort of game, there's kind of an issue.
like a ship's about to go down on Delta right now. Bunch of wounded guns.
Nothing's actually protecting Charlie anymore, worth noting. Seems like Delta is the new place to be, because they gave up on Alpha, which is... Not sure about that one. I think Alpha would be a better point to contest if you're gonna contest things.
Seems like deck cannon versus large cannon combat going down in the middle of a... Right between Alpha, Delta, and Charlie.
Charlie's been captured. If Mr. King can fend off two of them at once. There's no Beetle Locust, so the one on Alpha can be dispatched to help Delta.
Yep.
Those
And I
ships...
believe one ship refilled its ammo, I think, and there's another ship coming down. It's very overwhelmingly in favor of purple right now.
One complaint I do have is that the Vita Locust seems to be really fast, which is kind of bad if it's like your fleet anchor that's based around like punishing smaller ships. Is like it needs to be able to get into position very quickly, and it can't. Oh, it's about to flank this ship.
Yeah. Maybe it seems cost effective though, because there's so many coming out.
So yeah, like it's cost effective, but it still requires your opponent to go to it. And if it gets flanked, then you know, problems.
One of them almost got flanked.
Fortunately
And
turned, tried in time. Delta
because of
is...
the deck cannons can pretty much turn around and...
yeah, like full 180 degrees. No, more than that, but 270 degrees. That's another dead ship. They have a firm grasp on Charlie, but that's it. And they had to fight
Yeah.
real hard to get that.
Seems like once everything descends on Charlie, it's over. There is a bigger ship coming out though, so that might be able to fight a little harder.
Currently 4 Vita Locas on the field.
Mm.
I imagine that they could just send like 2 and then 2 escorts, and then that would not be capable of responding, and then you can just blockade everything else off. I don't think the Eric's Wiper will can successfully contest Vita Locas either. Like, it's gonna be a slugfest for both.
Yeah.
After a certain point, like, the deck cannons need, like, are just, like, so much superior. Like, even if they have less firepower, you can just protect them so much more effectively.
Seems like there's a little bit of effort by Echo, so it
Delta
could
and
be
Echo were being contested at the same time. Interesting. Vita Loca
Echo.
turning around.
Nobody's gonna stop Echo, so that's gonna postpone things a little longer.
Not sure if it'll change anything, though.
Hold off till disconnect. Let's see. Whip or Will is going up against Vidaloka.
See what I mean? Is like Whippoorwill has lost like half of its cannons already, and then Vita Loca is taking effectively no damage, and then the nukes, oh no. It manages to kind of dodge them, but it still takes a lot of damage there.
Almost lost to storage, which would have pretty much taken things out of commission.
Losing thrusters is always a bad sign too. Vita Loca seems to be running out of ammo at the very least, so that's a slight plus, but like I said, the 2 Vita Locas at the bottom, they're just kind of like just sitting there and taking it and still winning. Echo was actually neutralized, but that's not going to be for long.
Yeah, that's going right back now.
If
And
Wiper
there are
will,
three Vita Locas coming on Charlie.
yeah, if Wiper will gets taken out, then they're gonna have huge problems too.
I believe all those Vita Locas have good ammo and everything.
Yeah, like even if you're like fully flanking, it takes a long time to take it down. Echo's been captured successfully. The nukes are used effectively to hugely punish one of the Vita Locas. I expect that to be returning home to get repaired. Been turned hollow.
But
And the
probably
spotlights.
just stay through the rest of the fight, honestly. Oh, that's a video. That's a very damaged.
Yeah, those nukes are being used to great effect.
Yeah, that's a deadly ship.
The Vita Locas are like their ideal prey because it's like slow and heavy, and like no matter how heavy you are, you can't take nukes. Like that's just not gonna happen.
It's like Delta's just getting cleared up right now.
Charlie was neutralized, but it wasn't captured. And Chikid is being flanked. It was really putting in work, but it doesn't matter if it gets flanked and loses its reactor.
Oh, another Vita Loca is barely alive. Almost lost the control room. Wasn't paying the best of attention. But if Charlie gets captured, it's over.
It's not
It's
being contested anywhere.
oh, someone's running in quick.
King's trying to,
Will
he
they make
knows
it?
what's going on, he's trying to stop it. Corpses are in the way. Oh no, it's hurting itself with the nukes, it
Oh
might die.
no!
Oh, it
Oh wait,
got
wait.
there in time.
It did get there in time.
Okay, come on guys. Oh, they're all
Just
body blocking each
in
other.
time.
Crazy Gem is very successfully sacrificing a ship so that the Chickadee can't resupply or repair. Totally suiciding that ship, but it seems to have been to great effect.
Yeah, that held off at least for. I don't know if they'll be able to do it though. They're running out of time right here.
Eric the Awful spawning a scout, I imagine, to capture Echo or contest Echo. Because
Yeah,
there's no longer anything on Charlie. Better hurry up, buddy. No
there's
boost
about
on it.
5 seconds.
I think that's it.
Yep, there we go. Good
Well
game.
fought. That was a slugfest.
Oh yeah, that one went on a little longer than the rest, but still ended the same way.
Kind of surprising. I don't think a single round has gone to the time limit.
Yeah, I don't think they have. See, up next is
Um,
Hansel versus what was it? Eno, right? Or Cosmic and Zachary.
yes.
Can't remember which one it was.
Andon Hansel versus Eno and Commandant.
That's what. That's a semifinals match.
Yes. Let's see.
Wait, we've got what's Mongoose doing back in here?
Sorry.
Mongoose is back in the lobby.
Hmm.
Hey, Kevin, I'm muted.
Yeah, Mongoose, you aren't due to arrive until the losers bracket, which is quite later. Oh, bye-bye. Alright, let's see. So it's Anne's teammate. This is difficult to remember. Versus um. Here you go. All right, we're having people arrive.
All right, we got just waiting on Commandant.
Yes, just waiting on Commandant. Not in the lobby.
Mm. Is he taking a nap?
This is what?
Is he taking a nap?
I mean, would he? Like in the middle of the tournament? Be kind of strange, just a little bit. There we go. And in Hansel are ready
Alright.
already?
That's teams Hansel and A&D, and then Arije and Tony A have been the underdogs, doing quite well. Maybe they're just big in the dom scene.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, I know like all the elimination players and can recognize names, but like with domination, like and Hansel seem to be real good, but like I have no idea who they are. Or Percy Jim and Tony A as another example.
All right, just about ready. Everyone's ready.
Here we go.
Spaghetti.
Very spread out map. Very fast how some people spawn
Oh,
their ships in.
yep. Hansel's doing the usual start.
Yeah,
The only
Commandant
one
and
with
Eno Shade were probably discussing, like, we know what's gonna happen, they're gonna open with this, and they have already dispatched ships to react to that.
it seems like Hansel's exploring, so they can choose their ships based off of what
Yeah,
was put out.
that is a good example. It's like you can wait to pick your ships to counter your opponents. But I mean, that
Yeah,
doesn't
that,
change much if you always just pick the same ships.
yeah, it does give them a very delayed start though.
Yeah. So Alpha's being captured already. Um, Nothing else has been really contested though. More EMPs. Shade ship have very vulnerable rears to the EMPs, so that might be a very interesting arrangement.
Oh yeah, that's I see what you're talking about. Seems like the battle's already gotten started right at Alpha.
Yeah, Commandant's ship has like stored energy thrusters, so that's gonna be real bad for the MPs. Well, I think they might have to
Seems like
switch out ships.
Red team's definitely taking the advantage on Alpha because a lot of Pink has had their ships all piled up at one place and they can't get off each other.
Charlie's being captured or neutralized. It was neutralized, now it's being captured. Inoshi's ship is very vulnerable to flanking as well.
Oh, I see that.
I wonder what the thought process was for picking that ship, since they seem to be doing a lot worse.
Yeah, Enoshade lost both of those, and now the battle's turned around in favor of Pink.
Yeah, I think that Alpha's gonna be captured by them sooner, and it hurts that Charlie was captured as well. Yeah, fleet value very much in favor of Team Pink. No, Team Red. No, Team Pink, sorry.
It was just they had that blunder at the beginning where all their ships got stuck on each other.
Yeah, that
And
Shade sacrificed like a huge amount of budget for those ships that instantly died too. Really sucks.
Charlie's getting taken back right now.
Yeah, but they're losing Delta in the meantime. I don't think that the ship dispatched to contest it is capable of winning that arrangement either.
I noticed
And
the paint jobs Hansel has makes his guns look like they're out of ammo or something. They got the little red
yes,
things on top.
that is
And
actually a very well used phenomenon that has been like very disruptive to me too. Like
I
where
wonder if
people
that's purposeful. Right
well
now
I
it looks like there's almost no red left on the board.
there's two ships. One is holding Charlie, one is trying to contest Delta. They fortunately they can both direct control. No, they're both Eno Shades, so Eno Shade is not able to direct control both of them.
A&D is not paying attention. It's about to lose a ship just sitting there.
So is Eno Shade.
Oh yeah.
Those disposable ships are pretty effective, but you lose the advantage over time. In the first opening moments, they seem to really fall off in effectiveness since they can't trade as effectively.
Oh, there comes a bomber about to drop it on. The shot was like right between threading the needle in the wrong spot.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
It's about to
Riley's about to be neutralized.
yeah, that's if nothing happens soon.
I'm surprised Commandant isn't going to Bravo with his best bomber.
Yeah, you could at least like delay things quite a lot while.
You know, Shade trying to use micro to remove ships from Delta. Still loses it though. Those are very fragile. And once it dies, yep.
Yep, there we go.
Good game.
Oh, it's a 2 minute 30 second. A lot of these games are moving fast. If we had the whole two rooms setup thing, this would be over so fast.
Yeah,
We spend more time in lobby right now than we do in the games.
very unfortunate, but understandable.
All right, now we gotta get Polar and do you hear my background noise at all?
No, I mean, I haven't heard anything, so.
All right, that's good. Seems like the underdogs might end up facing each other.
Yeah, they seem to be really making it far in the bracket. Is very cool.
And if they get knocked out, they still have a losers bracket to go into.
I wonder if it might be the first time that somebody would loses after being in the winner's bracket the entire time. Typically, it's a sweep. Um, if somebody manages to get all the way to the winner's bracket without losing.
Yeah, like last time.
Yeah. Like, I don't think anybody's ever lost after being in the winner's bracket the entire time. Maybe it might.
The fastest return to a lobby, and everyone's gotten in the lobby. Everything.
Okay, so. Here we can see that the bracket has been updated. We're now, let's see. If, there we go. Now it's updated. You're watching this stream, so. It's the losers bracket, but we're not gonna worry about that. Yes. Yet. It's just Crazy Gem and Tony A versus Polar and Tapeable. The current match. before we head to the losers. No, and then we have the finals, and then we head to the losers bracket.
Yep.
I don't know who's gonna win this. It's kind of interesting. Like both of these teams like came out of nowhere and were hugely dominant. Very curious.
That first match is very unlike all the rest of them. We spent like forever on that first match.
The lag really didn't help.
Very quick spawning on both teams.
Orange is going with the strategy of spawning as many things as possible, spending their budget. But so have Polar and Tapable. It's just that they have only 3 ships. Let's see if these can be as aggressive and dominant as the other ones can, despite being flanked.
Overlay, overlay.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry.
Polar Bear wanted to go take a peek on the other team, and you were getting in the way of that.
Yeah. Very rude of me to deny him an advantage. Also, shout out to
That dirty
Polar.
cheat.
Shout out to Polar for using a built-in paint scheme. Don't think I didn't notice. Anyway, Alpha instantly being fought over. This is typically why I surprised more people don't go for Charlie and Echo in terms of these fights. Because like the other opponent like devotes so much resource, so much to trying to capture Alpha instantly.
I think it's Alpha's just like so in the middle of this map, and there's like it's not as spread out. You pretty much to get anywhere else, you need to go past Alpha, so they're
Yeah. I mean,
destined
Echo's
to
about to be
slide there.
neutralized though.
Polar Bear is potentially going to lose one of his ships already.
Not a good thing. Capable seems to be really laying down the law. Considering all this, spinning around wildly. Just, it can't kill these ships very effectively, like they're so tanky.
And now that Vedaloka's in town, be quite a bit harder to avoid getting flanked.
Yeah. Like, with the deck cannons on the field, he might start, like, taking damage through the front armor, even. And unfortunately, Capable didn't make it so that his thrusters were all online at all times, so they probably ramped down. Echo and
Looks like there's
Bravo
about to
still
be
remain neutral.
penetration on the front. Yep, they lost a gun. And almost a control room.
Kind of a bad sign.
Gem and Tapeable are actually fighting off in one corner.
Oh yeah, the bombers come in. That's the other thing, is like these huge ships can't really resist bombers.
It dealt good damage. I think a bomber...
Oh
Did the
no.
bomber get to fire its nukes at all?
They fired 2 of them, but lost the other 2. Capable lost his rear armor. He probably needs to go home and repair, because that's like a good way to lose the ship, which is kind of really bad.
He can't really run with everything on him like that, though.
Yeah, it's not a great position. Not enviable.
Because once you take a volley to the back, it's over.
Charlie's being neutralized.
Which, speaking of that, he's getting ganged up on from behind. And there's another Vitaloka rolling in.
Crazy Gem doesn't seem to be targeting his cannons, though they're out of ammo, so that might be a different issue. But yeah, Tapable is just like stuck in between 4 of them.
That's the issue with going with those bigger ships, is
Like yeah, they need to have like sufficient speed, otherwise they will get flanked. And the
also, a
armor
lot of
held
the
out for a decent time, but
don't have armor, don't have ammo, so it's not like everything's a threat.
fortunately the other large deck cannon ship was destroyed. Its corpse will provide sufficient armor for a short time, at least. Capable trying to get away. Seems to be. Still unable
Somehow
to get
maintain
home and
the
repair,
symmetric
though.
thrust. It's just an absolute bro. Oh, I didn't see this, but Echo was actually taken or neutralized.
Yeah, there's been fights at Bravo, Charlie, and Echo the entire time. Capable still managing to stay alive. I don't think he has any more ammo, so even if he's there, he's not dealing damage though. I think the supply lines to his thrusters have been cut as well, so he can't actually supply them with energy. Yeah, like that ship is gonna be dead in the water real soon.
Oh yeah, that's definitely,
Or dead or in the water.
and it's out of ammo pretty much.
It has like maybe 2 shots left. Not nearly enough to get through the Vita Locus front though. There is a
Yeah.
little bit of background noise.
There's an EMP ship somewhere around here. Oh yeah, it's got 1 EMP left.
Polar Bear's ship has EMPs on both sides too, despite primarily being deck cannons as well.
One of the Vitalokas just got taken out by a polar bear ship.
They're not completely crumpling over, which is kind of unexpected. Typically, if you lose your main ship like that, then you're just gonna lose. The fleet values have remained pretty similar. Like, Team 1 still has a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but they're hanging on quite well.
I think their smaller deck cannon ship is doing better than the Vitaloka, and it's winning the matchups, and that's what's balancing it out.
Yeah,
Versus a lot of oranges stuff is caught up in a pile.
yeah. Um, though none of them have weapons, they can't actually finish off Tapeable's ship. They're just kind of in the way there. Continuing to neutralize the center zone. Delta's being attacked. Now contested. The C2B from Polar continues to attack it.
I have a feeling polar bear and Teepable might be able to take this. They're looking much stronger in the middle, at least.
Well, they still need to start getting points back. Like, they only have 1 as opposed to their opponent's 2. There might be another dead Vita Loca though in the center.
Yeah, it looks like it.
But there's a bomber like right next door. And one lucky shot and then that ship is dead. Unfortunately, the nukes are having operator issues, so the nukes don't launch all at once, which is what you want so you can cut through opponent ships.
Yeah, those operators have been focusing on the boosts.
I think Tapeable is gonna manage it. No, he lost a higher deck cannon there. Kind of an issue. And it's getting flanked.
Yeah, and he's got fires and everything going.
Capable's starting opening heavy ship is still alive. Not doing much, but it's still alive.
The control rooms are both out now.
It still says it's alive though, even if they're offline. And it wasn't going to be doing much anyway with offline thrusters. Okay, Capable manages to take out 1 Vita Loca at the very least, so it's not going to be contesting Alpha. Delta was actually regained. The ship that was squatting on it was removed. Echo's going to be contested soon.
Alpha's only got well, not it's still got 2 ships because of that first ship is still there.
Well, they're trying to retreat with the ship, but it's harried the entire time. Not very much armor left behind to protect the reactor.
And missing a lot of thrust. And more importantly, corridors to connect the thrust. Which very quickly will catch up to him.
And and then the bomber comes in, and because it wasn't moving, it was just rotating. It's gonna all hit. Doesn't kill it, but very nearly.
That
No,
bomber better watch out. Oh, it then it's killed by another
but the
bomber.
last one gets it. Budget is far in favor of Team 2. Twice as much for them. More than twice as much for them.
That bomber might fire very soon. Just waiting on crew.
Fortunately, misfire that damages it instead.
Yeah. I don't know where that crew's not. Could be a nuke to the rear if this crew gets in. Oh, there we go. That's a big hit.
Well, it didn't need those thrusters anyway.
So it might be able to still take out that Corvette with it.
Or at least make it run out of ammo trying to kill it.
But
Echo
that's
is still being fought over. Capable manages to afford another large DC ship. Didn't repair the other one, but got a new one. And it's instantly hurt by nukes.
big hit.
Didn't lose a deck cannon at least, but I wouldn't mind it going home to repair. Like, losing, that's like the linchpin to them winning at this point. They need it.
Yeah, that was not good for them. At all. There's a lot of ships stuck on asteroids too now.
Yeah, Echo was lost. Orange regained it.
Orange needs to honestly like regroup to prepare to take on the bigger ship because
Yeah.
that's a team effort. You can't come in one at a time on that.
Yeah, if they feed ships into it is where it gains enough value to start winning again. They need to flank it and continue, like, just completely stop it in its tracks like they did with the first one. Capable is indeed retreating. Polar Bear is heading straight into the fray against two Vita Locas. One of them is out of ammo. I'm surprised that isn't retreating. Like, no sulfur, no ammo, nothing. Oh no.
Yeah,
Polar Bear hasn't noticed and is now dumping shots into it. That is effectively a meat shield. No, a third one from behind.
that's not gonna be.
Polar is not in a great position. Echo is being contested again by Polar. Well done.
That armor at the back is still holding up somewhat, but
Somewhat.
there is not the best ammo on these ships. Versus Polar's using factories, which is putting the ship price much higher.
Yeah, but technically it makes it so it can fight for much longer if it survives for long enough. An interesting thing about these ships is they have a ton of front armor, but very little side armor. So in mirror matches like this, you want to be attacking from the side of your opponent. So Polar is about to have a problem. If the other one
Yeah,
reloads, that is.
that's gonna pretty soon lose some of those factories.
Capable is finally coming back to the fight, like burning as hard as he can to try and get back to Tony Ye.
Take a look at Bravo. Right there.
Oh no, he wasn't paying attention. That's a
Yep.
huge loss.
Just took a sit and shoot right there.
Alright, it should be balanced out by Capable coming down to lay down Pert.
Oh yeah, that's gonna.
Oh my.
And then gonna be 2 on whatever.
Tony A probably zooming out and realizing how screwed he is.
That's gonna start turning the battle a little bit. Unless they swarm that thing properly.
Yeah, only 2 ships doing so though. Kind of an issue.
Did hit it with some nukes though. 2
So,
nukes.
so problem I noticed with this ship is that it only has one small reactor, so it can't support all of its thrusters.
Yeah, it's getting good side hits on 2 of the Locust though.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure one of those costs like as much as 4, so it needs to get value and it can't just die.
So the
Like these,
reactor is really close to being exposed.
yeah. Unfortunately, the supply line on its right thrusters were cut again. So it's probably
And
just going to be spinning for the foreseeable future, and it has a nuked line. Oh, he's lucky.
oh, that is a lucky day for him.
Oh no. Reactors
That was
in firing line again.
oh, that reactor
No
is
more armor. Let's
I don't
see.
know how the reactor is still there.
Managing to struggle along. Might kill another Vita Cola, but I don't think it's going to last much past that. Charlie being contested. Delta being captured. Alpha still neutral.
Another nuke coming
Oof.
in. Oh,
Didn't
that was
rotate
not
fast
good for
enough.
him.
No control room. It's 2 points over, so it needs to turn off one thruster. There he goes, yeah. Well done by T-Bubble.
Yeah, he's so off balance though. He's not gonna
Yeah, he
turn
has
right
to
and
just
everything.
like full spin as much as he can, but like he can't even do that because the thrusters keep turning off.
The amount of Vita Locas that got damaged, though.
Yeah, like those are
That
all
was
dead.
yeah. There's only what one left right now,
There's another
but
one coming.
yeah,
Oh, he's about to lose another. Oh, he saw it just in time to maybe react at Charlie. Oh, it hurts though. It's entirely on fire. I hope it has fire extinguishers. Tapeable coming in with another ship, probably another built-in with paint. Or another built-in's paint.
and one of Polar's ships just got taken out, barely by another of the Vita Locas. This is one of our most intense battles yet.
That cannon's ability to rotate all the way around coming in handy here. Until the second Vita Loca comes to avenge
Yep,
her
this,
sisters.
there you go. There's no energy left on the control rooms. There's nothing.
Yeah, that is a dead ship, unfortunately. Now there's two of them, and they both have control rooms. Capable attacking from the side, trying to get through the thin side armor as previously mentioned. 28 doing a good job of rotating to prevent that.
Those boosters are coming in handy.
Yeah, those ships are very well designed, I must say. Like, all they really need to do is rotate to face an opponent and then they just stuck. They can't get through that armor.
It's a somewhat balanced matchup right here. But right coming up behind,
Yeah, their
assuming there's
budgets,
ammo.
their field budgets are actually pretty close to the same, which is kind of an advantage in Team Red's favor because all of those orange ships are dead. So I mean the two center ones that are purple are also or red that are also dead.
Yeah, those are big ones.
Capable using the Vita Loca as a shield for the other one. Or his Tecto Termano. Whatever that means. That ship is doing really well at
It's
surviving.
managed to avoid the flanking,
Yeah.
so it's dealing its damage.
Might have that cut short soon here though. Has multiple ships behind it. Oh, Polar coming in. That's Polar, not King. See
Yeah,
if it can punish the Vita Cola for staying idle for so long. Or just push it away to try and protect Tapeable. Sacrificing the ship.
that's a ram off, and
Yeah.
Tonya's definitely gonna win that one.
But I mean, if he can push it far away enough, then it just can't be part of the battle anymore, which is good enough to killing it. Or deciding to disengage from it. Very fast ship. I do like that ship. I imagine it takes a lot of direct control, which is why it hasn't been fielded very much thus far. Delta being contested.
Oh, big hits. They just hit the
Oh,
armor barely.
barely, narrowly missed. That ship has been flying in circles and narrowly avoiding death for like 5 ships now. It's still going. It's had all of its armor worn away. I don't think it has enough thrust to escape again, though. Another DC2 Re is up again from Tapeable.
Like this.
And it has another 3 Vita Colas to fight through. think this has been the
Yep.
closest match thus far. It could really go either way depending on how it's handled.
Looks like that capable ship was finally taken out. Did a fair bit of damage though.
It was a huge distraction and took a ton of hits too, which is kind of problematic when these ships are all ammo based instead of, or are all storage based instead of factory based. It's like, if they want to continue fighting, they have to go all the way back home, which is a huge issue. Here it is again.
It looks like another of the Vita Locas coming out. Plus a ship that's not paying attention. And another 4 deck cannon ship coming in. I have a feeling
Another
Polar
one?
Bear's pulling ahead here.
Let's see if we can start killing things. Unfortunately, it's mostly had just side shots that are deflected shots that are just kind of ignored. Oh, it's going through the front of this Vita Loca. Might lose a deck cannon, and it's not firing back either, so that's nice.
Yep, that's one more volley.
Trying his best to slow it down with the boost thruster, I imagine, so that the Corvette can get behind it. Because if it's continued to harry, another Vita Loca is burning in. It needs to get out of there real quick, like. Unfortunately, being body blocked by its dead sister. Imagine Polar's trying to turn to get... Yes, the Corvette is now body blocking for Polar. Excellent use of allies against them. Kind of a reason that one might not want this many bodies left on the field. Is because it's just a ton of armor overall.
Oh, these nukes, if they hit, can do some serious damage.
Oh no. Took out a ton
They
of the back armor too. I think that ship probably needs to go home and repair.
Yeah, that's a very exposed rear, but that bomber's gonna go out pretty fast. Yeah, the bomber's already dead.
Yeah. Alpha's turning orange. Very strange. Unfortunately, Tapeable's ship, the DC-2 Re, is off kilter. It can't like rotate, or it can't go forward very effectively anymore.
Seems like very, very close battle right around here, but I think red team has an advantage. A very
Yeah,
slight advantage right now.
I think they're starting to get a little bit of an advantage. It's kind of unfortunate that they can't drag any of these Corvettes home or something. I think like a TB ship that to just pull them home and repair them would be doing wonders right now. People are sending a ship to the very top to then go to Echo as two ships move towards Delta.
And there's another ship just rushing Charlie. I think Tonier's ships have like crew issues because they don't have the same fire rate that other ships have.
It also doesn't help that the ammo is split among different rooms. They have to go farther as it runs out of ammo.
They're almost breaking through though.
And yeah, Polar and Tapeable have been sending ships to Echo and Charlie to try and distract, I think, so that they can't like swarm the bigger ships that they use. Because if you constantly keep dispatching disposable ships to those, then you have to like retreat and give them time. Which gives them time.
That ship on Echo's out of power though.
Unfortunate.
No, not it's out of reserve power, but it's still got power.
Tapeable's ship continues to rain glorious fire. Gonna go through the front of another Vita Loca. Unfortunately, the two deck cannons just can't get through that armor fast enough. And your opponent has twice as much firepower.
Yeah, they need to.
That being
So the
said, it's
opponent,
running out of ammo though.
there's Something to say for just running them low. They really need a swarm though, and it's not. Orange isn't really properly swarming right now with so many corpses around.
Yeah, I think the issue is that at this point they don't have any reverse thrust, so it's like once they engage something, they can't stop. Which is kind of an issue when your opponent is like 3 times as large as you. Delta was captured by Orange. Echo was contested and neutralized, but now it's been captured by Orange as well. Time limit's starting to get real low. I think one might start thinking about trying to just do a blitz of trying to capture points and nothing else.
Yeah, that's definitely something to note. Oh, Polar Bear has a nuke ship. I didn't realize.
Yeah, that's been flying around and causing chaos.
That's about
Fortunately,
to harass
yeah, it's kind of light,
Corvette.
but it has been punishing a lot of Vita Locas for being Vita Locas and not moving.
And it can harass points.
Yeah, so I mean it can't stop, so it's not the best at that. Nuke narrowly missing. Capable, probably trying to get his ship to go all the way home. Unfortunately, there's still one corpse left that's remaining for Team Orange. And Capable, turning to face it, makes himself vulnerable to a Vita Loca that's spreading towards it. The Tony A rotates his ship to present the most armor, which is very nice. Good on him to do so.
It will just lost a ship that wasn't paid attention to,
Oof.
and Vita Loca jumped on it.
Crazy Gem's probably gonna lose another ship to nukes, doing the same thing. Vita Loca's stuck on a corpse. I hope Capable notices it. Probably thinking, you know, no, he has no control room power. What's going on there? He has no ammo either. That ship needs to get out of there because it's about to get heated. Polar ship is the top is mostly out of ammo, mostly out of energy too, so it can't run from the wall ship chasing it.
Hold up. Alpha was almost taken. Very close.
Polar Bear's ship
But
probably lost
only
power crew. Like there's nobody operating the control rooms. It's
someone's got to do in-game crew management.
oh, it
Mark
hurts
that up.
so
Bingo.
much to see that ship lost. It could have just retreated so early.
Yeah, that reactor's about to go down. That's
Oh, that hurts to watch. There's 3 of those corpses because they're just so hard to chew through.
but now the Vita Loca might be somewhat stuck on it. No, they've gotten free. They've gotten free. Free enough, at least. Still a
It's,
big battle going on in Delta.
it's funny, Polar and Tablable still have like the cost advantage, but they don't have the points advantage.
Yeah.
I think that they probably ought to just abandon Alpha and let the Tecto Tormeno and DCF1R go to Charlie or Echo.
They should be taking Delta somehow soon. It's just that there's been time wasters just spinning in circles.
Yeah,
So one of the Corvettes is gonna go down pretty quickly because it's facing the wrong way.
spinning will probably spread the damage a lot more effectively, so they're probably actively wasting time doing that, or trying to waste time doing that.
Yeah, because they can't possibly hold that point.
Yeah,
But if they just waste time long enough.
Polar Bear coming in with another SC2B, trying to punish those ships because it's pretty good at flanking. Yeah, both ships are spinning now. That's definitely what their plan is. They still
Round
haven't
and round they
captured.
go.
They still haven't captured Alpha. I think that they should just leave it to the drone and try and get the 2 heavier ships to capture something else. Because they don't have a points advantage right now.
Yep. They don't at all. They have a couple ships in Alpha. They're pretty sizable.
Unfortunately, I don't think either team can really afford anything right now. I think they're running out of time to do anything.
Yeah, I have a feeling Team 2 is going to actually take this one because of the spinning in circles. The shenanigans on Delta might have just done that. Still got 2 ships left on Delta, and they've got 20 seconds to
3 ships.
capture a point.
The third one still has a control room.
Oh, is that control room? That I think the control room's just floated out. It's just
Hmm.
outside the line. So I don't know if that one counts. Either way, they don't have the time for this. I think they're gonna lose it.
Yeah, I think this goes to Here's the Gym and Tony Ye, unfortunately.
They were starting to lose the cannon battles, but oh wait a minute. Someone's on Charlie.
If they capture that, then it pauses until something else changes. I think. I'm not actually sure what happens. But Delta's
They would need to capture, and I don't think they're gonna be able to capture in time. They could
yeah. If they neutralize it, Orange still wins. They'd need to capture it to
yeah.
equalize it, which Here's the Gem already going to stop that from happening. Alpha never captured that entire round. Polar Bear summoning ships too late to really help.
Yeah. I don't think this ship's gonna be able to stop Charlie from getting captured. It's very close.
Even
Hold
if it
up.
did. Ah! Oh!
Oh, yeah,
uh,
that's it.
I don't think it'd have changed anything, but it's still sad.
Yeah, that's just the little P dot left. And give it 2 seconds and we're done. 50 seconds can run at a normal amount of time. Yep, there we go.
GG.
That was a close one. It's the first one to get drawn out like this.
Okay, so Percy Gem and Tony Ye, you stay round?
Yeah, we're going into the finals for the
Yes.
winner's bracket at least.
And I need to visit the washroom, so get Hansel and Ant into the game.
All right. Even the returning to pre-game seconds count slower. All righty, we've got. Wait. Where's Hey, Tony and Precision, come back here. Well, now you're on the mixed teams. Who we're trying to run. Where's our bracket? Sorry, has left me here alone. Quick, say something to get him banned. I heard that click. Looks like we're going into a 5-minute break. What are you doing?
On round.
All right. Ready for the next match?
Yep.
All right. Here's the finals for the winners bracket.
Yes, this is the final. The winner's bracket.
Looks like Team One's taking a strong start as usual.
And still doing the typical scouting maneuver.
Evidently, they're not watching the stream. They started getting stuff before the scouts landed, so
I mean, I think you can intuit because they've been using the same ships the entire time and from where they. Oof. Dispatch to Echo, they're just gonna lose. Kind of strange.
I mean that's 4 ships there right now. So
Like, want to lose 4 points. EMPs are a bit of a strange choice. So the ships they're using are very clearly the
a lot of armor in the front too.
yeah. You need 3 consecutive front.
But these a lot of their corvettes don't have generators, so
Oh,
EMPs
that's
take out
true.
those.
Like you EMP
Like
it once and it's dead.
yeah, I think it's probably twice actually. But yeah, very weak.
So Echo was lost, but Delta's being contested. They keep showing their backs to the
This is a
Vita Loca.
yeah. That's a common mistake. The Corvette taken out. Vita Loca taking some hits to the back. Big hits. The visual appearance of A&D ships just keep throwing me off.
Yes. Painting like weapons or launchers like that, especially with nukes, a very good way to make.
Big damage to one of the Vita Locas. Lost a lot of important thrusters. Narrowly avoiding getting the reactor taken out. Echo is going back to team 2.
Delta's going back to team. EMP'd to death.
Oh, yeah,
There
that
goes
one's
that.
dead. The other one's running for its life.
Never imagined EMPs terrifying, but they are. Yup. The center is being captured because the Corvette was EMP'd from behind.
And there's nothing left on that. Though the guns are still functional, so you still gotta watch out.
Yeah.
Almost lost Charlie, but somehow still held on to it.
Delta is captured. Alpha.
That EMP ship is just gonna keep on hitting, I suppose.
I think that has the highest kill count thus far. EMPs are not to be underestimated.
Sadly, it doesn't really like actually kill the guns, so the guns from the ships keep firing.
Imagine that's where like a laser ship would come in, just pick it off at range. That range.
Looks like someone's coming in behind one of the Vita Locas.
Paying attention. Not very many thrusts. Doesn't have any thrust left effectively.
Both of them right next. 2 out of 3 next to Alpha don't have much in the way of thrust.
Cyan got all 4 of the outer points. That's very impressive. So the EMPs are havoc.
Yeah, those EMPs are countering very strongly, and they just keep refilling too.
Yeah, like all you have to do is visit once for a tenth of the ship's cost and refill all of the weapons. And then because the smaller equivalents haven't been countered by the heavy corvettes, they can just continue to flank and dissect the locas.
Looks like one of the Vita Locas got taken out. but so is one of the. Oh yeah, and the Corvette nearby is also about to go.
Accordingly.
It seems like Hansel's cat's ship, that cannon ship, isn't really big on ammo, so that's definitely going to lead to some issues.
Yeah, it can't
Uh,
be in a slugging match with Vita Locas because it'll run out of ammo first.
It's only got what 10 storage slots per deck cannon.
Yeah, Locas have 4 extras, 14.
Yeah, I like to target 16 of my ships, just so I feel like I get my money's worth.
MP's coming in to kill another Corvette.
The most
Surprised they only
deadly
have
ship
one of those
here.
ships with how effective it's been.
Is a Vita Loca that's got pretty much nothing left on it except for one engine and reverse thrust.
Cannon has no more ammo. Probably stop firing in a struggling to take Alpha, even though there's nothing like actively contesting it. And Charlie is probably going to be successfully captured or controlled because Crazy Gem's one remaining ship has no weapons.
Yeah, there is another one coming in and a somewhat useful Vita Loca just in the corner that can't really move forward but can kind of just stay there.
Definitely fighting back. But as long as they have the EMP ships on the field, it's gonna just make the main strategy of the Corvettes not nearly as good.
EMP ship just filling right back up right now.
Yeah, if I was one of the people in the losers bracket, I was worried about Crazy Gem and Tony. I definitely do EMPs with laser ships to like kill them after they lose
Like
the.
another Corvette about to die
Yeah.
to an EMP. It's got one battery left in the control room and then it's out. That's like what, 30 seconds? Oh, there you go. It's gone.
Even if it has the control room, if it doesn't have thrusters, it can't do anything.
Looks like AMD and Hansel are going to end up taking this one. They've
Maybe,
got,
but we still have 6.5 minutes left.
looks like actually, hold up. Charlie's about to get flipped. Never mind. Some guy ran in there.
Surprised that they don't have like any switch outs or switch up options to try and steam or have not tried like at all to take out the EMP chip. Like know where it's coming from.
Well, do they? That thing's got long range. They probably can't see.
I mean, if it always comes like from the same ship, I think that after a certain point you should be able to like spot it, identify it.
Yeah, and also it's actually pretty close right now,
Yeah.
so. That EMP, that ship keeps its value.
Yes.
Just
It's
keeps on
insane
firing.
how how very cost efficient this ship is, especially considering everything else. It's like used once and doesn't even get the chance to make it home to repair.
Looks like Charlie managed to stay in neutral. Didn't switch hands.
Alpha's being captured, successfully body
Yep.
blocking the Locas from getting closer. I
And the
would
ones that, yeah, they don't have any thrusters, I think.
I would not be displeased to see one of them ran the closest one to stop it from getting in. Oh man, close but not close enough.
Yep, that's a bus.
Charlie's still neutralized. Yellow hasn't had any points for a long while now.
It's gonna start affecting the funds.
Oh, I'm sure it already has. Like, they don't have very many active ships on the field, just dead ones.
Yeah.
People are doing to the Vita Loco what was happening to the DC ship last round. Sea ships.
Yep, Vita Loca is completely out, and now Alpha's coming back and for Team Twos.
Capping Charlie, at least.
Yeah. So there's a little ship that's about to get in the way of that.
Who even? And the EMPs are gonna stack. They don't get the control room.
Yeah.
Next one will.
Yeah. One more because it's also got power left in it, like the storage. All of those ships are EMP vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that they haven't some. They apparently just don't die, so it's just like there's no downside.
There's only one EMP right now. Surprised they don't have like two taking shifts.
They have the second one, which is like a wall in between Delta and Charlie. I think a ship has been dispatched like to go chase it. Oh, never mind, it's switching targets to Alpha.
And more of the Corvettes are dying at Charlie. Oh, there's another EMP one. Hold up. I didn't realize that.
I was
There's
saying.
there's two of them. I think they just took a nuke ship and modified it out or something. It looks like the typical like drive-by bomber appearance.
Captured Charlie.
Yep. If they hold up, this might be it.
Well, there's still a ship on Alpha, so they need to kill that first.
Oh yeah. Or a couple good EMPs.
They're getting real close though. Charlie is captured, they just need to kill the one ship.
They're not gonna be able to do that in time because it's guts.
They bought another EMP ship finally. They might start shooting at it with EMPs to try and kill it as quickly as possible.
That's three EMP ships. There's no way that other team can come back from this
Yeah,
using all these storage-based designs.
plus the numbers, like nearly, I think more than 5 times as much budget. No, 3 times. More than 3 times as much budget on the build,
Yep.
which always kind of hurts to see.
And another ship lost its control room. Oh, it's got backup storage, so it might get back into the game.
2 EMP ships trying to kill the one on Alpha. Well, it died anyhow, so now all that remains is to clear out Charlie.
There's two ships on Charlie, and that's it. But there's a couple more getting spawned.
Yeah, those are beelining straight towards Charlie. They know what's up. One left.
Hold up. Is he going to drive out?
That's not the right move, buddy.
Uh-oh. That control room is about to leave. And that should be...
Yup.
Yep. He just went for a drive.
Well played.
There we go. Well, congratulations to A&D and Hanselcat for coming up and winning the winners bracket. But
Indeed.
these people can meet again in the losers bracket.
Yes. It's not impossible that they see each other once more.
I've got to head out to help my brother with stuff, so I'll leave it with you. Cyrus.
Understandable. You're fine.
All right. Maybe
Bye.
Redstone will join
Get
you.
out of
I don't
here.
know.
Gone.
All right. Bye.
Alright, so it is just me now. Very unfortunate. Alright. Eric the Awful and King. Eric. Versus. No. Dark Knight and Finn dropped out. So it's Mint and Slowking versus Cheese and Mongoose. Mint at Slowking at Cheese. Yes, we're in the losers bracket, Mr. Salifs. Hello. It's me. Hmm. Ooh. Oh, it seems it's just me. Kind of an issue. I've seen Fusion talking around. You want to talk Fusion around? I don't think Redstone's online because he would have commented on the tournament at some point. Um, and Polar's not going to be knocked out for a decent amount of time, so I guess it is just me. Have no jokes. Well, maybe if I did have jokes, they'd be bad ones. Why not? What? All right. Well, that change anything? No. Why am I speaking as if you can hear me? Just a very silly man happening. Versus Mongoose. 50 years delay. Well, that's nice to hear. It's the voice. Ooh. Lobby. Yes. Of course. Alright, so it is two pretty strong contenders. Skull King is one of the higher seeds, and I have no idea who the Mongoose and Cheese in the Dark are, so I would have to say they're a lower seed. But these should be slightly less explosive matches. Team Purple in the left versus Team Red in top right. I think it's Crimson more than Red, but whatever. And they're all going towards Alpha. Expected. Interesting. That's a lot of armor. Only 2 deck cannons too. Very interesting with PD. That's kind of strange. Versus this one with similar amounts of armor. Cheap cappers going to Echo and Bravo. Mini bomber. Wow. That entire ship is just gone. Interesting. That had 4 nukes. That mini bomber is quite fearsome indeed. Do watch out for it. Echo's being Bravo is being captured as well. Cheese in the Dark and Mongoose have not studied, I suppose, and do not know Mint's strategy of spamming out cheap ships that then attack everything. So, I mean, if they win Alpha, then it kind of balances out. Which seems like they're going to do because that ship is just dead. Slow King, though, coming in. Good pilot, though. Probably directly controlling that ship to get the most out of it. One of the better DC pilots. Very scary. Yes, Mint seems to be handling everything else, so Slow King can truly shine with his one ship. Interesting tactic, something that I had been employing myself in the few times I played. Wow, that one volley just ripped through that ship. Just push it out. No need to even kill it. Mini bomber coming in again. Wow, very cool. I wish those had been aimed though. Mongoose and She's in the Dark going to capture Bravo and Delta. Alpha still being contested. The Sea Turtle continues to be very indestructible, essentially. The nuke ship over there, just peppering things with nukes. Lots more ships over here. Weird Deccan and Prongy ships, with sometimes painted and sometimes not painted. Interesting. Bravo being recaptured. Mongoose is wasting nukes on the CP1 and missing because the nukes are very interesting weapons. Slowking not paying attention. What is this? It's just shooting at you, buddy. Come on. Move. No. Oh, man. I think I could get home. Might be able to get home. Get home, buddy. Repair. The nuke ship won against that one somehow. Kind of strange. Thought I would have dodged. Mini bomber unfortunately found its end. Mongoose continuing to fire it, make sure it won't get home. Or DC-3. Second mini bomber came along, coming to try and punish the sea turtle for its crime of being slow. uh, oh my, interesting statement. Delta is being captured. Wow, I was really thinking that Team 1 had it in the bag, but then the ships just disappeared. Like, what happened, guys? Slowking picking up another ship to try and DC, I'm sure. Since he only has one ship at a time, it would seem. Mint is the numbers guy on their team, it would seem. Slowking trying to stop the Delta from being captured. What's Slowking doing if he only has one ship? How did he lose that ship? And he gets there in time. Huzzah. And the large shield is basically going to make this ship very immortal to this if it doesn't... If it stays out of range and always has to fire through the shield, this ship shouldn't be taking damage, I'm sure. Man, that's kind of frightening. Wow, Echo and Charlie are about to be captured. That is not good, guys. Oh no, he's in range. As long as he can test Delta, they don't win, but I mean, they're not gonna win if they let the rest of the points get captured, though. Doing his best. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that, buddy. They're gonna capture. Looking at trying his best to get around, but he has so much forward thrust that it's not even like pushing him behind it. Oh, and there he gets it. Dead, finally. Now he's in that ship, in the circle. Mint is floating around. Going to be moving on to Bravo, I imagine, after Mint gets there, or he captures it. Mini bomber doing mini bomber things. Not aiming at the right thing. I should be really aiming for that control room. Looking, using his second ship to capture Charlie. Looks like they're making a comeback, maybe? And he's moving the DCC-1 back to Bravo, like I predicted. And they kill Rybread. Interesting name. But he's gonna... Yeah, that ship died. He can't fight deck cannons head on, because they will just win. There's nothing you... Bravo continuing to sit on that point. I hope Slowking doesn't forget about it, because the nuke ship that's coming is gonna kill it, as is the cannon ship that's behind it. Come on, Slowking. Come on, Slowking. No! Oh no, it's dead. Okay, well, I don't know, guys. The chances seem to be getting a little bit lower. The missile ship is going to be peppering everything nearby. That's a very good adjustment or addition to the field. They have Delta. The team has Delta. That's they claim the fame. um, Slowking gonna trade a non-armored ship with a deck cannon ship again. It's not gonna do anything because the deck cannon just pierces through. That was a nice nuke. And there it goes. Charlie's uncaptured at the very least. I thought at this point Slowking would have saved up for like a more expensive ship and then just piloted that, but I suppose when that happened it just died. So maybe that's not the best of ideas. Arrow is fast, managing to get behind the new ship. Let's see if it can actually take advantage of its speed. Fortunately, the deck cannon rotation takes forever and a half. Fortunately, it gets caught on armor. It gets all... it just flies into the nuke. Better to make sure it hits the armor than anything else. Um, my voice is starting to hurt. Oh no, another ship lost in the deck cannons. Can't keep throwing those at deck cannons, looking. It's not gonna work. The arrow unfortunately meets its end via the rock. As always, the rock provides, as it has maybe single-handedly won this game. I don't know. Mini bomber returning for a refuel. Second mini bomber going out to kill more things. Charlie is currently uncontested by anyone, but that swiftly change as everyone goes towards it. Okay, Slow King needs to really pay attention to this one ship, otherwise it's just gonna die. And it just dies. They have Delta. Oh no! Well, that's an awful price. 200k versus 1.3 mil. Nearly 7 times as much budget on the field. Oh my. Now it's only 4 times as much. Oh no. Wow. I mean, I was just wondering, is like, why not direct control the one ship you have and, you know, incessantly? Well, they have 5 minutes to get the rest of it. I mean, expert piloting that Slowking is capable of. He can start extracting value from his ship, but he needs to, like, do it hitless, which doesn't seem to be something he does this game. In this particular game, I mean. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't move the sea turtle, which actually I think is kind of good because it's just like it sits there and doesn't die. Which is kind of what you want, especially against these very flimsy ships. Vulnerable DMPs, unfortunately. Yeah, I would have just like maneuvered it down to Delta because like nothing else is going on over there. Narrowly dodges that deck cannon shot so that nicely. And eats that one. Another arrow from Mint. Let's hope it doesn't hit the rock this time. Narrowly dodging all those cannon shells. That must be stressful for the pilot. And it successfully gets out of being flanked. Echo is being captured. Let's watch Slowking lose another ship to not watching. And this poor ship is being flanked by 5. I hope he just forgets about it and focuses. Yes, he does. Good job. Narrowly avoiding the cannon shells. I wonder what the thought process behind that ship is, because it just keeps dying. Like such. And Delta is about to be captured. They better hurry up. Better get something somewhere. And you need to put it on Charlie. Like on Charlie. There you go. Now when this captures, you won't immediately die unless it dies. In case you will immediately die. Looking spawning 3 ships. No, 2 ships. Fellow King calling an early GG. Probably because he loses. But it's not over yet. As long as it's not as long as it's contested, then you don't instantly win. And you currently have contested Charlie. So that's cool. And Alpha. Purple having a field day, just spawning as many ships as they want. He's going to try and dig through that armor. It's going to take approximately a year. That is if the ship doesn't immediately die. Which I mean, might. Come on, buddy. Yes. It was successful. Defeated the turtle. No longer he can no longer claim that it was well. Okay, I think that this is just a loss. Like I could go through the motion of saying that since it's a disconnect, they get another chance. But I feel like this is a very clear loss. So what do viewers have to say? Because kind of silly. Yeah, I'm just um alright, so next up, let's see, a little bit of a down moment. He's and Mongoose move on. Fox Slayer and Kawa versus Cosmic and Zachary. Cosmic better not be asleep again. So,
Hey, hey,
why don't you introduce yourself as a recent addition?
I'm Anthrax. I'm hopping in to help cast for these next couple matches. Hopefully, I do all right.
I imagine you will. Um, I mean, it's just Cosmoteer. It's kind of strange. I don't know. I mean, domination isn't my preferred game mode. I've made clear in the past, I think.
Yeah, most of my recent experience has been with Elim, so seeing all the small ships and control points, it's been a learning experience for sure.
Yeah, it's if anything, an affirmation for my preference for elimination. I mean, the few times I've practiced, it's gone well, but that's because I had a teammate who was carrying me, which allowed me to just use the one ship.
Yeah, all of my experiences have been with, thankfully, somebody else's ships who had designed them. I have none for Dom myself.
Yeah. And then, I think that's kind of what the issue that Slowking and Mint were having is that they were both normally limb players that didn't have a domination half. Which is kind of strange to think about. I mean, it's a domination tournament, and people just signed up anyways, which I do admire.
I mean, anything can happen, especially with as quick as some of these games have been.
Yeah, like the blistering less than 2 minute round. Better freaking be on the way. It's kind of interesting. There hasn't been any lasers, like any blasters. Which, I mean, with how effective those EMPs were, I can imagine why.
Yeah, cannons definitely seem to be dominant, and thankfully the capacitor ships, I mean, the EMPs counted those so hard. I was surprised.
Yeah, I was surprised that people didn't use those, like, much at all. Um,
There
like, as
was the ion kite at one point I saw,
yeah, that was
but
really
yeah,
good.
not many lasers.
Yeah, not very many things besides cannon, nukes, and deck guns. Like, even missiles, I was pretty sure were decent, and I expected there to be some rails, but no, just cannons.
You're right. I expected a lot more little rail traps and missiles as well. I hadn't I hadn't even realized that I hadn't seen them. It's just deck cannons and small and large cannons.
I mean, if you just has if you just have like a sensor and a railgun, I'm pretty sure you could get pretty nice shots from behind. Like it's a pretty big investment, I suppose, but once it's there, it could just like generate value. Cosmic continues to take far too long.
They are on the way, allegedly.
Allegedly. It's not a great feeling. Allegedly. This is booting up. Why would you turn the game off? Like, I know you're at the bottom of the losers bracket, but you're still gonna play eventually. Are they not watching the stream? Very strange. Everyone should always be watching this. Here we are. The man of the
Heyo.
hour. I don't think you can be fashionably late. Be fashionably early, but not fashionably late. Call me a stickler. I don't know. Have any good jokes? I used all mine last tournament.
I've got nothing. I'm actually trying to figure out why my game sound is not working.
Oh, you don't need game sound. It's not necessary. Alright, the game's starting now, so let's... Yeah. Versus Crimson.
Orange and crimson. All right. That's a speedy boy.
Yeah, apparently these designs have catched on because it's not just Hansel using them. Now Destroyer's using them too. Unless Cosmic crashes.
Oh, yep, rip.
Ugh. Alright, that's one of two.
Welcome back to Cosmic. Yeah, once more with no crashing.
Different map this time.
Different rock layout. Different control points. We got green and purple.
Destroyer opening with the cappers, and then green is a bit slow to respond, so I think they already get Bravo. A strong start.
Cosmic moving to Echo and Charlie. No response yet from green.
And
They went with much stronger ships, it seems like, but
and
not really engaging.
purple doesn't have any ships in it. But yeah, purple doesn't seem to be using EMPs, which allows Kawa's ship to start getting like theoretically infinite value with the recharging shields.
Oh, good call.
Gonna capture Alpha? Purple doing? This has been the first time it's been captured in like what feels like years.
I think the difference was they spent their early income on fast ships to get to the control points, and they don't really have an answer to the amount of firepower that Team Green is bringing.
Yeah. And the missile ship definitely shouldn't be like within range, but it doesn't really have any reverse thrust, which is interesting. One would expect kites like that to be able to kite. It seems to be focusing on Kawa's ship instead, though.
Oh, Destroyer, sneaky move over at Delta.
Yeah. Kawa getting flanked. Being flanked from three angles. Has to push
Oh,
his way
yeah.
through.
And that looks like some firepower from Cosmic finally. Got some income to fight
And
back.
Oh, the EMP hits his control room. It's not... Oh, no. That ship is dead in the water. See if they see, notice, and punish it. Fortunately, Cosmic is busy killing Box Slayer, so it's theoretically gonna allow Kawa to... No, Kawa's not gonna wake up. That's on fire. That control room is not coming back online.
I see some nukes on the field. Kawa, oh, that is 6 deck cannons.
Oh my, that is a very fast ship too. Just
Yeah, it
launching
is.
those projectiles forward. Because deck cannons are very good at inheriting their ship's momentum. Better than other weapons, I would say.
And the nuke volley completely missed with the speed of Kawa's ship. It just flew right past.
Yeah,
Quite unfortunate.
fast ships are very good at dodging nukes, especially if they're smaller, like these ones are. Unfortunately, can't get that bit of structure out of his mouth until it like disintegrates by itself. But once it does, Kawa is gonna start ripping through opponents. You get stuck on the rock. Do not get stuck on the rock.
The rock almost provides.
Oh my, that was scary. Barely been captured. Sure, trying to get lucky with the nukes. Unfortunately, does graze Kawa, but he's out for revenge now. I'm surprised that we haven't seen ships like Kawa's IFO thus far, because I mean it seems hugely effective until
Oh,
it gets stuck on the
there's
rock.
the rock. I might be worried for Team Purple if the
Echoes.
only heavy guns they have to answer Kawa's firepower is nukes.
And
And there
then they just
goes.
capture Echo. Oh no. Oh, that's that, I suppose. Colin. Oh, okay. Alrighty. It is cheese and mongoose. Right. You should be joining, gentlemen. Well, that was
Going
pretty
to
fast.
ask, where are we at in the overall bracket? What do we got left?
We have, let's see, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 matches at minimum. No, 9 matches at minimum. 7 to 12 matches at most. Because there is a best of 3 at the very end. And if and Hansel Cat manage to lose, then they get another do-over because they still haven't been knocked down to the losers bracket.
Ah, interesting.
It's kind of interesting because it has actually never happened that somebody from the winners bracket like been forced to rely upon that second chance.
Yeah, their performance so far has been pretty insane.
Completely out of nowhere too. I mean, most of the time there's like some precedence, like, oh, these are good players. We're gonna be scared of them. But no, it's
He
just like,
showed up today and it was like, underdog what?
who's that that's winning?
Showed up to win.
um, at the bottom of the losers, you can see it on the stream now. Currently, there is 4 matches before we move to the second half of the bracket. Where is this? Man, come on. There we go. And I'll move that. Hope Boxlayer and Kawa can not have disconnects. That'd be very unfortunate for everyone.
Yeah, thankfully there haven't been any rails or desyncs.
Supposedly that was fixed. I don't keep up to track on bug fixes though. Pouring through the
Uh,
patch notes.
yeah, it should be in the release candidate, which will be going live hopefully next week.
Only. And here we go.
Team Crimson and Team Orange.
Sea Turtle makes its second appearance. Hope people don't throw ships into it this time.
Yeah, Boxlayer bringing the Hammerhead.
Something else. I suppose Kawa was waiting to purchase that one.
Kawa's Justice. This thing performed pretty well early game, last game around. Let's see if it does the same here.
Yeah, when I was piloting with it, it was brutal if it's not interrupted by EMPs. Because like it can always just outrange opponents and like kill them as they try and chase it.
Yeah, those shields against these early game cannons are going to be devastating with no EMPs.
Yeah, I imagine like it could probably solo the Sea Turtle if it wanted to. And it will at some point, I imagine. Needs to be careful not to get flanked.
Boxlayer looking like they were going to Charlie or Bravo, got stuck on a rock.
Yeah. Remember that there's
But
fog of
Mongoose had it
war.
down there.
Yeah, there's fog of war, so they can't see.
Oh, do the asteroids not show up in the fog of war either?
No, nothing shows up. So when people hit the asteroids, it's because they can't see them.
Oh, that's pretty rough.
Yes.
Again,
Nukes.
a little bit of lack of familiarity with Dom, but wow.
Oh, it eats nukes on his ship. That's very unfortunate.
I lost the right side of firepower. Still got the left though.
Yeah, it still has the supply line. So it's mostly undamaged or unhindered in effectiveness. Just does less. Trying to save his teammate who's being attacked from behind. Give him the chance to repair at home. Gets it, I think. The Sea Turtle no longer has thrusters, so it can't like properly threaten anything. It's just gonna sit there and be a nuisance.
Yeah, I was about to say, Sea Turtle doesn't look like it's moving anywhere. It's going to be an easy target for Kawa.
Entirely being neutralized. Probably gonna be contested. Yeah, Kawa just gonna slowly drill through it. There's nothing that ship can do. It could probably like try and fire the cannons to give it momentum in one direction or the other, but that's not as nearly as good as firing at the ship that's directly behind you. Or is showing it's
And
behind to you.
and one thing I've noticed, Kawa only has brought the one justice to the game so far.
Yeah, I mean, if you direct control it, you massively improve its ability to pilot it. And he could be saving up for a larger version or a different ship.
Yeah, I was wondering how many of those are going to hit the field next, or
Well,
is
College
there
just
going to be a
summoned
bigger
another one.
version?
Yeah, College just summoned another one, so it's probably gonna be more and more aggressive. I hope that um Team Crimson has like some EMPs, because these ships are just gonna rip through everything unless they don't.
Yeah, once again, the prevalence of cannons, deck cannons, taking over. Kawa, one of the few laser ships that we've seen.
Well, they are good, they just have like huge weaknesses that I think most players were aware of and knew that if they tried to use them, they would be exploited. I imagine it was a risk that a knowledgeable risk Kawa took, knowing his opponent's loadouts to pick these ships, and wouldn't have summoned a second one if it got countered.
I can only assume Kawa has some other ships on their roster to dive into as well.
Yeah. I mean, Kawa was one of the top picks for the tournament. Or seeds. One of the top seeds, effectively. It only makes sense to me. Taking a little bit longer than most games to actually properly win. The fleet value is very one-sided though. Like 400,
Wow, yeah, it is.
350k versus 1.4k. Yeah. Nukes unfortunately failing to hit. I was kind of surprised nukes are so prevalent in domination. It was like, it's very easy to dodge nukes. And that was before you made your ship like almost the size of a nuke.
Yeah, I saw in the earlier game the ship with 2 nukes launched at a stationary target and missed both just because the target was so small.
Yeah. The momentum of your ship moving imparts force on the nukes. These will hit though.
Ooh, good hit.
Yeah, I mean, they do punish if your opponent doesn't do anything to account for it, but it's just like, most of the time they do.
And again, that ship is completely out of ammo.
Yeah, if they don't contest Delta somehow, then they're just gonna win, and they don't have any budget to summon anything else. I think that's it, yeah.
This is looking like it. Good game.
Alright, so, Paula and Fox. See. Where?
All right, so lesson learned from that match is that one of the tools in your toolbox that you want to have for your Dom fleet is some kind of EMPs,
Yeah,
some answer to lasers.
no kidding.
And that is the cool thing about Dom, though. With having multiple ships, you can have, multiple little tools to answer each situation.
Yeah, that's something I've been kind of surprised about is that there isn't like very much variance. Like people are bringing the same thing and not much else. I would have expected
Small
since
cannon, bigger cannon, deck cannon.
it's like not even past that. It's just like it's the same small cannon and the cannon. As like Crazy Gem and his name, Crazy Gem and Tony Ye have like only the Vika Cola and the other smaller one. I thought they would have like switched out to something else when the EMP started hitting the field, but it's just nope, the same ones. It's kind of strange to me.
Well, hopefully people will learn from this tournament, and the next time we have a Dom tournament, they will bring all sorts of new fun little ships.
That happens. Oh, is this a rematch? So yeah, as players can be knocked down from the winners bracket, they could run into the team that knocked them down to the losers bracket.
Well, hello again. This
Capable
time it
bringing
looks like Team Pink versus Team Yellow.
capable of bringing the signature liable to destruction from multiple sides. DC2 Re versus the Hammerhead 2.5. I imagine I think Polar Bear is going to scout with the SC2B. Try and figure out what ships are on the field. And it is going to be slaughtered by Kawa's ship. He has no idea what's coming for him.
Oh no.
That is gonna. Oh man, he better be paying attention to that. Well,
And out of the fog of war,
there goes that.
destruction.
That's a ship down the drain. And Polar is gonna lose this other ship to it too, I imagine.
I would think so.
Polar had a heads up this time at the very least, so he's gonna be trying to resist being rammed, stalling for time so assistance can come.
And Tapeable distracted over there with Box Slayers, Hammerheads. Keep them away from Charlie with the threat of getting it flipped,
Yeah,
but
and that
not showing up to be able to help, and Kawa did not hesitate to destroy his enemy.
yeah, and then kind of demonstrates like the issue with Tapeable's ship. If you don't like take advantage of the speed, is that a similar ship with the same armament will just deal more damage without having to move. Tapeable is probably gonna lose his ship to Kawa. Huge kill streak. Kawa is well known for this type of nonsense. Gonna be honest. Like the all huge forward
Bringing
thrust.
single ships with just a ton of firepower, direct control.
Yes. One of thrust orbiter ships. They just go faster than everything. Let's look at the speed of this thing. 110 going up. Ay ay ay. So nothing else can really run from that.
That's scary for such a compact little ship.
Yes, like a 6 deck cannon is very frightening, and Polar Bear understandably running from it as soon as he sees it. Probably gonna capture Echo. I'm surprised it hasn't been dispatched to Alpha given how effective it is at killing things.
Yeah, despite all that power, Pink controlling the map right now and keeping Team Yellow close to their spawn.
Yeah, that's the main downside of having one ship that you're DCing, direct controlling, is that you can't really do much else, or if you do have other ships, you can't do much with them. Because you're so busy distracted with the direct control. He does deploy a scout to Echo, that's probably gonna get it while he tears through everything that's currently on Charlie.
Yeah, that's smart. Clear out Charlie and then try to push out, get away from spawn a little bit.
You might take damage here though. That's a lot of more armor, and 4 deck cannons is nothing to sneeze at.
Oh,
So of course, it's probably gonna be lethal anyways. See if they can get a rear shot? No, it's too far away already.
so close to getting stuck on the rock.
Yeah. Kawa has a lot of practice on getting off of rocks and making sure to rotate out of the way in time. Interesting tactic. The spawning point does huge damage to opponent ships, so if you can force them to go there, they will melt very quickly.
So, sumo ships and Dom are the new meta next
Oh,
tournament, I see.
it could be a strategy. Kawa might have been implying that, I don't know for sure, but it is something that might be taking place.
Funny to see, yeah. And Kawa bringing out a missile kite, this one actually having thrust in all directions.
Well, it had thrust in all directions. No longer.
But Pink has a lot of ships on the map all of a sudden.
Yeah, despite how effective Kawa is being, like, he can't kill them fast enough. And that's...
Mostly those little swarm ships from Tapeable.
So he's doing ridiculous amounts of value if he can kill this with no hindrance. Polar Bear trying desperately to help his partner. Kawa knows this, and instead of continuing to rotate, makes sure to push the opponent instead of continuing to rotate with him. And now he's probably gonna do to Polar what he just did to Tapeable. Kawa capturing Delta. Yeah, definitely one of the high seeds. Noticeably, Kawa was the one that got the tournament orchestrated to be domination. Probably because he was,
True.
yeah, he was confident in his skills, wanted to prove it.
Not surprising that the tournament organizer would be high seed.
I mean, it's the reason I host tournaments. I can
I
participate in
thought it
them.
was so you didn't have to cast.
What, are you saying I'm a bad caster? What do you mean?
No,
Anywho,
nothing like that. No.
Capable throwing another ship apparently hasn't learned his lesson or has no other options against Kawa's indestructible old but green, which is once again dragging a corpse down to the spawn point. Really filling ammo, I'm sure. Yup, repairing his ship, and it's back, and it's time to start going out and killing again.
Ooh, Kawa stuck on a rock there.
Oh, he spawned a second one. Very neat. Might have the
Surprised
second.
they're not pushing for Alpha, but that might be the next move as they're all gathering at Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, they still have, like, the, numbers advantage or such. They just need to, like, hold out until they can kill all the opponent's ships. And then they can just, like, capture them pretty much unhindered. That's what I think their plan might be. I don't know.
I mean, what's surprising to me is map control versus fleet value. Fleet value is surprisingly one-sided right now.
Yeah, twice as much for Team Yellow. I wouldn't say that Pink has map control as much as they just captured the points and then they weren't contested.
True, it would take Kawa one pass through any given control point to take it back, probably
Yeah.
against one of those little you see nothing.
Always ship can currently like sweep everything else on the board right now. It's just that it's too busy like defending Charlie for a reason or another. This is typically why I imagine you have heavier ships like the Hammerhead 2.5 from Box Slayer, so that you can just deploy them and not worry about it. Because the thing is, like Tapables and Polar's ships can like kill anything that isn't being paid attention to. So they're probably just staying at Charlie to stay strong and not get picked off by those. Ugh.
Uh-oh.
Really sad if you guys don't get control of it. Yeah, yeah. Not sure what we're waiting for.
Now, in event of a disconnect and a rematch, is there any switching of ships allowed or no?
Given that you can already switch ships like in the main time, like allow changing fleet loadout is activated, yes.
I was gonna say maybe they're trying to find some answer to Kawa's laser wall, but
Well, yeah,
we shall see.
of course, naturally that just happens. Um, for something that has locked loadouts though, no, there's no switching of ships in event of a disconnect. All of them summoning ships to go to Alpha immediately. Kawa probably saving up for one of his more expensive ships. They're around 50k each, so he's currently at 445k. Oh, there it goes.
And there it is, old but green.
It is going to tear through these you see nothings.
But smart tactic from the start by Tapeable to just send one of those little cannon ships to every point, because if it's not answered, they get a point for free.
Yeah. It's these cappers are typically why there's a minimum budget to prevent this type of shenanigans, which can naturally just be bypassed by using explosive charges, but last.
Oh, I didn't even think of that with a minimum budget. Oh, that'd be horrible.
Yeah, there's very much reason why that rule exists. Well, they lost Echo but recaptured it. Call it quick damage, but is going to be returning home, I imagine. The piece of dead ship on his front preventing him from turning out of the way, so he got stuck on the rock. And if Tapeable can punish that right now, he's gonna be in a huge world of pain. He's gonna have a huge advantage. And he does not want to be taking this fight, I don't think. Unless he just gets behind him and kills him.
The speed.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Speed is a weapon. Prove me wrong.
It most definitely is. It's the main reason that college ships always work. Out of ammo though, so it needs to retreat. So the gaping hole in Tapeable's side should be more than enough for Box to punish it. And then, of course, since it wasn't killed, Kawa can repair it at huge discount. Did he refill the ammo? Yes, he did. Very cool.
Yeah, that is a mechanic I didn't know until today. So good thing I didn't participate.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit of a problem. It's a very important thing to know.
Yeah, huge game-changing mechanic to know. And Kawa destroying Polar Bear's DC-1R.
Yeah, all these fast ships. Oh, Kawa using his buddy's teammate as a shield. Oh no. Yeah,
Thanks for eating those nukes for me.
this type of ship is typically why there's like heavier ships that can be used to counterbalance like Box Slayer. The issue is it's just like it's very difficult to stop. It loses
I
control room.
mean, you say that, but
Well, yeah, it just dies. Well, freaking timing. Yeah, that's why it always wants to be flanking instead of having ships behind it or ships in head-on arrangement with it. Oh, he's probably saving up for another one. Yeah. 0 fleet value. That was his one ship. He summoned the excavation. It now, which is a all forward, of course. Heavily shielded, huge cannon ship. Very interesting. I wonder what the thought process behind that was.
I
Probably
would
too.
assume more cannons, faster fire rate, better against smaller targets, the Tapeable and Polar Bear bringing out.
I think it's slightly better for punishing ships that are already engaged in combat too. Which Buckslayer is doing a lot of with his hammerheads. Yeah, Boxslayer definitely seems to be carrying the swarm part of the team while Kala continues to try and um, get sniped in the control rooms. Oh, that hurts. That really hurts. Oh, summons. Youth has a belligerence, so he always has at least one ship on the field to micro with.
Very fast cannon ship.
Yes, those are very nasty in the hands of a good pilot because you can just like fly around, and as soon as you stop paying attention to it, it's like you chase it off. Like it can just turn on a dime and starts facing you again.
Almost hit by the nuke volley. Almost useful, but still stuck on the rock.
Oh, that was an aggressive GG. The disrespect.
Ooh. But if they don't get to Charlie for an answer, that could be game.
It could be justified, yeah. The bold GG. Very curious.
Gotta say, Tapeable and Polar Bear playing map control far better both rounds, it seemed.
Yeah, Box Slayer's hammerheads just like aren't very good at this arrangement because the speed advantage from other ships, from polar and tapeable ships, make it so it's very difficult to actually get use out of them. Like they're based on like the slower ships that like go forwards only and then get stuck on them and then they just tear at them. Whereas polar and tapeable ships are like just based on going around and destabilizing such tactics. A lot of forces converging on Alpha. Paula can't leave that or he loses. Paula knows
Yeah,
this.
almost flipped it. Charlie looking like is going to turn.
There's a ship on Echo at the very least. Yeah, fleet value very much in Team 1's favor. Okay, the ship on Echo is all that's keeping them alive right now. Something on Delta now.
Very much the opposite of last game. For fleet value, anyways.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I would guess that the trying to focus on Echo and Charlie at the same time made it so that there wasn't a good defensible front versus the two opponents, and Kawa spins out.
Yeah, I think they just starved them out of their points, and they weren't able to bring the big firepower that they did last game.
Yeah. Polar and
So
Tapeable are in the
GG
win.
and well played.
Alright, so next up we have Emperor and Nick versus Eric the Awful and King. Nah. Uh, not as many matches left. Interesting. I was not expecting that to be the outcome. Very curious. Especially with how brutal the ships were of Kawas, like ripping through everything in their path.
Yeah, I think it just came down to strategy and playing the map.
Yeah, unfortunately, as skilled as one can be, I guess it doesn't matter if you have inferior tactics. Very curious to me. One of our participants may be unable to attend. They assumed that the event would be split over 2 days, despite it being said nowhere.
Happens one time last month.
But that isn't the default. Um, Typing up an explanation as to why he's not available, I'm sure. Says he's typing on Discord. Hmm. That team has to forfeit, it would seem. So Emperor or Eric the Awful and King move on.
Unfortunate. But that is how it goes with different time zones. Sadly, for
Yeah,
some
it's
people, it's 4 a.m. right now.
yeah, it's understandable. Um, is A and you are up first or up now?
Now, being one of the newer players, was it Mr. King that was one of the well-known Dom players from Classic?
Yes. King was definitely is definitely one of the high seats, and before the tournament started, I would suspect that he or Kawa's team was gonna win. And then they both ended up in the losers bracket, so I don't know what's going on.
I can't say I know King or Eric, but I do know Commandant, a little bit, or at least their capabilities as pilots and players, so this should be an interesting match.
Yeah. Mr. King and Eric are exclusively domination players, so they're previously unseen on tournament streams and such. See if they are ready anytime soon. Yay, they started. Wow.
Interesting map layout this time.
A lot of early starts. King and Eric on the off will start with different ships, EMP heavy one, and a deck cannon rammer, as opposed to their typical corvettes and other ships.
Eric's ship pushing King's ship out of the way, like I'm getting to the point first.
Yeah, very fast ship, and fast is good, as we've been learning. Not learning, kind of already not. Bunch of cappers from King. EMP ships are probably going to be killing the cannonling. Well, they do already. It has no control room. That allows Eric the Awful to kill it. And Enoshade is going to be trying to punish Eric for doing so, and he does. Well done. Not a worthwhile trade.
Mr. King watching the map, playing the metagame right now.
Yeah, Charlie Echo being contested. It's very important that that be addressed, and I'm glad to see that it is being addressed. Enoshade's ship is the heavy duty one that's probably going to be taking down the next V ship from Eric, because they can't hope to chase after Mr. King. Not nearly fast enough.
And it looks like that's a capacitor ship from Enoshade. I hope that doesn't run into the EMP ship. That would not be good.
Yeah, that's not a good arrangement with the EMP ship being on the board. It seems
It
to be
just
out of
takes your
ammo.
ship out of the game.
Currently, Mr. King's ship is out of ammo, so if they are paying attention, they can probably punish it right now. Like, there wouldn't be a better time. Shade ignoring the ship that's currently digging into his side. I think I would have killed that first. But they're recapturing Echo. And King gets the control room. Very unfortunate. I was one of their major pieces, and it's just off the board now. Cost advantage is still tied up, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, income and fleet values are looking really even right now.
Bravo being neutralized, Delta being. Shade's corpse is still in the midst of everything.
Using it as a giant block of armor for his other ships. That is a
Team,
lot of cannon fire coming in.
Team Scion's gonna be flanking Eric's ship, which tries to escape with boost. And it will not get away.
Stuck on his own teammate. Unfortunate.
Alright, so Alpha's being gained.
The entire map right now being taken over by Teal. Purple needs to answer that.
King's take on the Viticola is being swarmed and killed from at range. Eric the Awful is trying to counteract this with the Whippoorwill. Wasn't effective in the last time I was seeing, but it seems to be in a much more advantageous position now. Going to be tearing through the cannon lane. It's captured though. Not a good sign. The EMP ship is not delivering on the successes that other ships of its kind have had in previous matches.
In this case, disabling the thrust of Commandant's cartridge doesn't turn off all those cannons.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's already in range, if you don't have anything to punish it for existing. Eric's ship is dead in the water, still continuing to fire, but it doesn't seem to be doing much past that. The Commandant breaking out his own EMP ship to give them a taste of their own medicine, I imagine. Shade has a scanner ship, very cool. Currently roaming the battlefield, trying to make sense of everything.
Eric finally reclaiming Delta that has been neutral for a little while. Ever since the ships that were fighting over it destroyed each other in the process of trying to claim it.
All of Shade's ships are at ammo. The main battlefield of Bravo. Well, just the one ship, I suppose, now. So it could kill Eric if it had ammo, but it just doesn't. Should probably be dispatched home or such.
Yeah, Whippoorwill desperately trying to limp back to home to repair.
I'll get there. It's kind of scary.
Shade not looking like... Wait, no, Shade has no ammo.
Yeah, it's
Hmm.
fortunately can't punish it. King might lose his EMP ship. No ammo left, so it can't defend itself. Air quotes defend itself because it doesn't really do anything. Shade using the sensor scanner to contest Alpha, shockingly, dodging the cannon shells. Mr. King dispatched his Viticola here. Clone. Wow, that is very similar. And is trying to save his EMP C3 ship. Budgets still remain pretty close to even.
And, oh no, a disconnect from Mr. King. You hate to see it.
They should just not disconnect. It's so much easier. Come on, guys. What are we waiting for? Yay. Very
Funny
similar.
enough, a similar map layout.
Yeah. A heavier focus on ships with no EMP from Team Purple this time.
Mr. King bringing some beefy firepower.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a nightmare to get through. Not enough power production to deal with its thrusters though, I think. And once it gets somewhere it'll be stuck there.
It
Whipper
seems like heading to Alpha to park there is the smart move.
Delta being captured, neutralized. Bravo neutralized. No points for Team Purple in the score. Whippoorwill's good, but if it gets flanked, then it's gonna have issues.
With as much firepower Mr. King has, needs to just get to the point, get some income rolling in.
Commandant should probably be retreating by moving forward, but the deck cannonling is real slow. Not in a good position. Commandant should probably be moving his ship into Delta. It's currently on the edge, not capturing it.
Distracted, trying to keep that cannonling alive against Mr. King being chased down.
Commandant picking a ship that is going to be ripping through it if it turns the wrong way.
It's a dangerous position to be in that close to their spawn anyways. You have
Yeah,
to turn your flank to get back to friendly territory, so
yeah, you
kind of a
can
risky move.
very reactively spawn ships if you get that close. Not a good position to be in at the time.
So smart move by Commandant to kite him towards spawn.
Delta continue to be contested. Eric not aiming his weapons, so that ship took a lot longer to kill than it needed to. King running out. King is out of ammo and out of energy. Even though he kind of has the ship on the run, it's like he continues to fire at it and not really do much.
Unfortunately, at this point, that's the only option for that ship. If you turn, you're dead.
Yeah. Eric the Awful trying to chase the EMP ship and getting punished for it. That's a now dead ship. No control rooms. You know, Shade contesting Alpha. A mostly dead ship. Very amusing.
And so Eric taking Bravo and Mr. King moving over to Charlie. It'd be good if they can flip both of those, get some extra income rolling in. Fleet value is looking pretty even right now as well.
Another ship killed through EMPs. Yeah, these racks of just like EMP launchers with reverse thrust are brutal to deal with. King managed to get his cannon ship stuck on a rock. Unfortunate. And it looks like it's going to be finished off by the ship it was originally hunting.
Oh no. Coming back for revenge, not even bothering to go repair.
King manages to rotate.
Oh, he still has a little bit of ammo. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think Commandant should have maneuvered it to be behind. Bravo and Charlie captured by Team Blue. Not sure when that happened. The preemptive strike is ripping through this small ship. Probably going to be recaptured by Team Red soon.
I mean, that is an ultralight with so many cannons. Just a wall of cannons.
Yeah. Mr. King breaking out his EMP ship. He's sick of it. The PGK cannon ship is being EMP'd repeatedly, trying to bleed it out of all of its energy resources.
But the sneaky move here, that no one is on Echo for Team Crimson. And if Mr. King stays on point, that might be game.
They're still contesting Alpha at least, but once that goes, yeah, that's going to be a problem.
I just noticed the asteroids spawn symmetrically, at least.
Yeah,
So it's even for both teams.
that was kind of strange.
Delta and Echo are both equally blocked by an asteroid from spawn.
I don't think the players necessarily know that though.
True, true.
Echo at least neutralized, but they're still not in a good position. Less income and less budget on the field.
They did manage to defend Echo.
You have to leave a ship on it to cap it though, guys. Oh man.
Oh no.
Come on, Nino Shade, you can do it. There you go.
Alright, that wall of cannon heading over to Delta.
Not too confident about this one, buddy. I don't think that they're gonna get it. I mean, Team 2 doesn't seem to have very many budgets to spend. No, never mind. That's just... Alpha's probably gonna be actually captured. Previously, you know, she had a corpse that was just squatting on it. Fighted Alpha. Ship's taking heavy damage.
Cannon versus cannon, but one of them has a little bit of armor, the other one has nothing.
Yeah, for if you know Shade had the micro, I would have assigned the cannons to fire the cannons instead. Because like you can't get to that reactor. Delta neutralized. Probably being neutralized. Very cool. Is this back? Hope so. Very cool.
Yeah.
No Shade almost through the armor of the Whippoorwill. Viper. And there it goes. Alpha's being captured. Commandant's EMP ship arrives just in time to not be useful. Delta captured. Ship is largely dead.
And Charlie just turned over as well. So interesting moves here from Team Crimson, pushing back out across the map.
Bravo is all they really need right now. Like, neutralized Alpha. They don't have very much budget to spend on anything right now, though. You know, Shade brought out a very fancily painted ship, though. That might be doing good things. It just needs to get into play soon.
Let's hope it's fast enough to answer.
Yeah. Team Blue still failed to capture Delta despite having multiple ships there, so it's already warming back up to Crimson. They did contest Alpha, at the very least it's still neutral.
Mr. King bringing out another one of those tested DC bricks. Those things are heavily armored enough to stop that wall of cannon that is the cartridge. Lots of action up at Alpha.
You know, Shade on his way to make sure it's theirs. Oh no, Eric, don't turn into that.
The heavy deck cannon 3 has entered the fray.
You know, Shade's aiming at something. His cannons are having issues and they're not aiming properly.
Oh, the slow rotation speed of those deck cannon turrets.
Hurts. You should probably be
But
warming up his forward thrusters so he can start getting out of there, because there's 3 ships closing in on him.
and not that he's worried about the armor.
Commandant manages to turn one of the ships from continuing to attack Shade's flank. King breaks off one of them, content with the tested to take out the heavy deck cannon 3 at the very least. Bravo is going to be captured by Crimson.
Looks like you are right. I couldn't get there in time.
No, Shade almost killed the Whippoorwill. Oh, they all missed the reactor. And then the tested gets in the way to be a shield. Yeah, Shade needs to warm up his forward thrusters and start like accelerating out of there, I think. Is that gonna get it? Yes, he gets the Whippoorwill. Now he just has to get out of the situation with King and tested ship.
King microing some of his other ships across the map, taking back Delta.
Alpha actually being captured by the EMP ship that kind of looks dead.
If you zoom in on Alpha, there's so many little crewmen floating in space.
Shade managing to actually fight back really well despite the gaping hole in his front. It doesn't help that the tested has run out of ammo and is now relying on the factories.
Purple ships all across the map right now.
Yeah, a lot of cappers.
Almost every point.
Echo and Charlie, well, I guess not Charlie. Echo is being captured by a very cheap ship though, so you would want to send somebody to take care of that. Alpha manages to just barely not be captured. They have budget to even spawn
Eric
anything.
got back just in time.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Delta flip. Echo is turning.
Shade's still struggling with the tested ship to actually take it out. Now it's in a very good position for it. Not good.
Now this match is night and day different compared to the last match, where we see so many small ships being microed across the map versus the heavy, large ships from last match.
Yeah. Bravo is going to be captured soon. Charlie is being captured. Echo might return to normal. I don't think that they can contest Alpha anymore. That might just be it for Team Crimson. They still have some budget left, but they have more money than the opponent at the very least to spend. See if they can get those to matter. Well, actually, the Whippoorwill on Alpha doesn't have like any ammo left and is mostly damaged, so it's not actually that much of a threat. MR Heavy Deck Cannon 3 versus Tested is still going on. I think Shade is out of ammo though. Yep. Tested is reliant on factory, so it'll last longer at least. Bravo is
Mr.
captured.
King coming in with a fresh ship, destroying the fragments of ships that were left behind.
Yeah. Alpha's being captured by Blue. Echo's trying to be contested. Commandant's gonna probably kill the ship doing it. Isn't reacted too quickly enough to really save that ship, I think. No, it survives.
It's going to be really crucial to contest Echo there.
Shade trying his best to get the ship to retreat and repair it. King's tested, lost its control room. Come on, guys.
I've got a desync. I don't know about you.
Yes, there was a desync, but it seems to be fixed. Team 1 disconnects, they are disqualified, by the way, so consider not doing. Shade repairs and refills the ship. Dolores now returns to the fray.
Oh yeah, that's something we haven't been seeing a lot of. Going back for repairs this match.
I mean,
All of these ships have been treated as very disposable.
with ships as expensive as Shades, you can't really afford to throw it away like that. Echo and Charlie are captured by Crimson. Bravo and Delta are very vulnerable. I don't know if they'll be capable of recognizing and acting on that. Shade's cartridge is probably going to be killed by the EMPs if it doesn't. They don't hit the ship in good positions. That's not advantageous.
Shade's heavy deck cannon is about to get broadsided by Eric's Whippoorwill on the way to Alpha as well.
Commandant has another cartridge ship and a cannonling that are going to attempt to help it, I imagine.
Ooh, the EMPs hit cartridge.
No, control room, that's a dead ship. I think the cannons will still fire.
Yeah, point turns.
You know, should gain value off of the MR Heavy Deck Cannon 3 at least. Took it a little bit. Excellent trades for Commandant and Mr. King in Commandant's favor, because that's a much more expensive ship that he's doing a lot more damage to. If it can kill the Whippoorwill, then it'll start capturing Alpha too, which is important. Harley's in danger again.
And Eno Shade sending response to Charlie.
Nice. It gets there in time. It doesn't look like it has the thrusters necessary to do so. Might be. Alpha being captured by Eno Shade. Very nice.
Finally pushed the remains of the Whippoorwill out.
Charlie unfortunately is flipped before it has a chance to, or the capacitor has a chance to arrive. Will be immediately recaptured. Imagine. You know, Shade's capacitor manages to kill one of Eric's ships. Even managed to heavily damage the EMP ship of Kings. Unfortunately, the fire will not spread to the rest of the ship.
Alpha has been neutralized and is turning over to Crimson.
Yeah, if Eric doesn't get there in time, doesn't contest it well enough, then it'll just be captured. So they need to be paying attention to Alpha because that ship's about to get flanked by the Ickdrom and Whippoorwill. Yeah. You know, Shade knows this and is backing up, trying to prevent the flank from happening.
Some cannonlings and a cartridge already on the way to help defend. And Eric and Mr. King playing the map as always, sending small ships out to the other points while they're fighting at Alpha.
Charlie has a ship on it, but it's not being told to do anything, so it's gonna die. And Echo has no defenders. Responded. I don't think it can take on two ships at once, though.
So Charlie's gonna turn, and it looks like they're pushing on Echo as well. Sending another cannonling out from Commandant, but gonna need more than that to answer the ships at Charlie and Echo now. As well as the fight still going on up at Alpha.
Whippoorwills are very difficult to properly kill. They have so much armor everywhere. Bottom one died at the very least. Top one fails to die in that volley. Commandant and Eno should apparently have the budget advantage, but they don't seem to have nearly as good a position.
Eric sending out a darter and hitting the rock. Rock provides.
His rear thrust. Come on. Eno Shade no longer paying attention to his main ship, it would seem. It's remained stuck in place for some time now. Mr. King sending a bomber towards it. I don't think the Eno Shade's ship is fast enough to dodge it, even if he was aware. Echo being recaptured at the very least.
It is completely out of ammo, but I mean, it could always get taken back to base to restock.
I wasn't aware it was
But
out
that
of
would leave
ammo.
the point undefended.
Yeah, it definitely needs something to be able to be around to cap the point while it's gone. The LCC capacitor, or LC capacitor, was about to die from the EMPs, but they all narrowly missed. The ship almost has the dart dead that's contesting Charlie. Mr. King's nuke bomber kind of just avoids, Shade's ship for one reason or another. Kind of strange.
I think it's trying to line up a good shot. It's only got one.
That's true. And it does have to go all the way back home if it fails. Shade might finally get the whippoorwill that's on
Gotta
Alpha
make
with
it
its
count.
one cannon.
Oh, and a devastating hit.
Oof. Not over yet. It could still go either way. Commandant just needs to remove the whippoorwill and then he can capture Alpha, I think. Echo and Charlie are very safe right now, I would say. Or decently safe anyway. And just the few remaining things, I hope they notice how low the timer is, because kind of becoming relevant.
Yeah, not that I encourage stream sniping, but coming down to the last minute.
Alpha is successfully being, no, there's still the bomber. King is keenly aware of, so I guess he's already paying attention to the time. Everything is being dispatched towards Alpha and such. Seems as though it is time for the final push. In his decree, such.
Alpha turning over to Crimson in the last 30 seconds, it looks like, though.
I don't think it'll be fast enough before the darter arrives. And then the cannon right after it. Commandant is sending 2 more ships towards that point to try and save it. Or further contest it.
Now, do more ships on the point help it cap faster? Or would it have been smarter to intercept the other ship before it got there?
I think so, but it definitely would have been smarter to intercept because it goes down if there's multiple teams on the same point, no matter what.
Yeah, either way, prevent the enemy from getting to the point.
Oh, Commandant can't see a ship that's being flanked right now. Shady's gonna punish it for its hacking of its ally, though. Charlie and Echo are very secured.
Oh, and a
I
disconnect.
I guess that means that they win anyway.
15 seconds to go. unless Eric can pull off some crazy defense.
Fortunate that ends in such a fashion. But, I mean, like it was somewhat decided that it would be.
They definitely had a lot of firepower at Alpha. It was looking in their favor. It's unfortunate to have a disconnect. I'm curious if somehow Eric could have played it out, but
Yeah, the V ship is not moving fast enough. Yeah,
GG to both teams though. I mean
yeah,
that went almost the full timer. They were both playing incredibly well, both very aware of the map and all the control points.
yeah. It was definitely a good match. Polar and table ball. Ball. Yeah. Can't say. I mean, it's not disencouraged because there's no way to stop it from happening. The thing. We're in the final section. I can show that on the stream. Here we go. So as you can see, we're at Eno and Commandant versus Polar and Tapable. And then the winner will stick around and fight Persigem and Toniye. And then the winner of that will fight Ant and Hansel Cat in the true finals.
Getting exciting.
It's been exciting the whole time, obviously.
All right, true, true.
Hopefully they find that noise obnoxious. It'll make them do it faster. Yay, I was right. Interesting map. Capable opening up with the classic Dick Cannon Rammer. And then, Shade and Mun opening up with their very typical storage-based cannon fighters, capacitor fighters. So it's interesting because those ships are good against others of their kind, but I don't know how good they are against ships like the deck cannon ship that just tank, and that is a rough start for Polar. Given the cost of these ships, any trades are good because theirs are so much less. Bravo and Echo being captured, this is the same principle that was applying to the cappers, and it's like you dedicate all your budget to a few large ships and you can't deal with small ships.
Yeah, their opening move seemed to be map control, while Tapeable, they were going just for alpha,
Yeah,
which looks like the smarter move.
well yeah, clearly they have it now. Bravo neutralized. Delta going to be neutralized. I think there was a little bit of miscommunication where 3 ships were sent to Charlie where one of would have sufficed. But they'll capture
It's an
Bravo.
interesting layout too, with another, as I think it was called earlier, the Mickey Mouse layout.
Yeah,
But that means all 3 control points are kind of isolated up there.
yeah,
And controlling one, I mean, really, you just control that area of the map. You control all 3 control points.
yeah, that's kind of what's happening. Let's see if the smaller ships can swarm and take out either of the ships that are currently in the top half, either of the green ships that are in the top half. Commandant has a ship stuck on a rock again. Best probably want to fix that, I would say.
Cartridge getting destroyed by deck cannon fire.
Yeah, I mean, those ships are based on like out-damaging similar sized ships. But it's like, Tapeable's DCR2R is like a 50k ship. Like, you can't really outvalue that with ships that are half its cost. So, bombers are being brought out. How this goes. And only one of them hit. Oh, that's decent. You know, Shade about to lose another ship as Tapeable brought out another expensive ship. And Bravo is being tilted. Or flipped. Charlie's been captured. Charlie is captured. Oh no, you know, Shade's heavy ship to counteract was very easily flanked. Echo is captured, or no longer being
Map
contested.
looking very green right now. About to look entirely green.
No contests. And that's it.
Good game. Wow.
Right, Polar and Tapeable stick around.
Fun fact, at the end of the round, Polar and Tapeable had 3 times the fleet value of Eno Shade and Commandant. That is rough, buddy.
That is a little bit rough. You know, Shade putting all his money into that one ship that just got immediately flanked hurt to watch. Okay, so Persigem and Tony, I'm so proud of you guys. They lasted. I didn't even need to ping them. Yep, this is the rematch. see, see what happens.
So, Going back in the tournament a little bit, Prisjim and Tony A were sent here by Polar and Tapeable.
Yes.
I'm sure they don't hold any grudge for that.
No, can't imagine it. This is gonna be another slugfest.
Oh boy. Alpha right in the middle of the map.
It's in between Echo and Delta, such that you can't really get to Delta or Echo without going way around.
So this could go one of two ways. It could be just a hard sweep, or it could go the full timer and be a long fought battle over Alpha the entire time.
It's gonna be interesting. Very much in Yellow's favor with these opening hits, I would say. Instantly
Yeah, smart
losing.
move by Polar to go defend.
Yeah. Oh no, Apollo's getting very much flanked. Already spawning reinforcements for it. Oh, that's a triple deck cannon version. Those aren't vehicles, those are road arms. Interesting. Better contest the very heavy nature of Tapeable ships.
Great looking designs too. Or Polar's DC E1R up there.
Yeah, it got ripped apart. Unfortunately, I think it made all of the other ships get stuck enough that they can just be picked off by SC2B.
Oh, that's a very interesting EMP kite.
Boys, Tapeable's about to lose his main ship. Managed to get the road on, but might come at great cost. Alpha is being captured, I don't know.
I think it's just going back to neutral because there's no ship technically in the circle.
Was being captured by blue, but no longer.
So Tapeable, hoping to capitalize on the weakness of the corvettes being capacitor ships,
Yeah,
bringing out some EMPs to fight them. But they're still overwhelming with their firepower and keeping the other team away from Charlie.
yeah. Blue seems to have the advantage now that the initial ruckus is over. Vita Cola appears it might have clipped into Polar ship for a moment there. I'm surprised that there weren't more Fulmans spawned from Tapable given how effective they are at shutting down the battery ships. I would think that, well, I'm pretty sure that's how they won so dominantly and effectively in the first place, is through EMP.
Looks like Tapeable was saving up income to bring out another DC-2. Hoping to overwhelm these corvettes, maybe with some deck cannons, or is it headed to Alpha?
I mean, it's good at overwhelming them. I just think it like needs a scoop and more speed, like Kawa's ship. Which, I mean, engine rooms would probably be a pretty low investment. You just need another small reactor.
Oh, I can't wait to see how many 6 DC ships there are over the next week. Kawa's ship was scary.
Yeah. Capable, ECR2 still has a cannon. Is firing intermittently. Might manage to kill the Vito Loca that's being bullied by Polar. So I think it might be out of ammo. Bravo actually neutralized. Very interesting.
As Vita Loca is taking Alpha, but Tapeable already on the way to answer. Bravo about to turn yellow, though.
Oof, that was almost very expensive.
And using the corpse of Tapeable's other ship. Unfortunately, your deck cannons aren't going to fire through that either.
Capable does manage to neutralize Alpha by pushing everything else out of the way. It doesn't matter if there's another ship coming. The issue is, like, they don't have an efficient way to remove the Vita Locas. Unless you just flanked them.
Yeah, that was a good shot. That did it.
Bravo captured by Yellow, shockingly. Not what I would have expected.
Delta turning back over as well.
I'm guessing this is going to be more towards the entire time match.
Yeah, Alpha hasn't been taken by either team the entire match.
Charlie is very much blue with 2 ships on top of it, making sure of it. I think that there might be better Glide helping in the main combat near Alpha, but
Prisjim successfully defended Bravo and is turning it back over.
nicely done. A metal virus coming to presumably get behind something and wreak havoc as per its duty. Polar Bear slowly retracting a ship back into home base to repair it. There's 2 DC thrusters. 2 reverse thrusters at the time. The main DC-2R mostly out of ammo at this point. Probably going to be retreating at some point.
The problem is there's only yellow corpses at Alpha. Unless Polar Bear gets something over there to help Tapeable. It's gonna turn over to blue.
Metal Virus is doing exactly what it does best and trying to flank the DCF1R. And it's being very successful.
And it's gone.
It's not necessarily over yet. That fire spreads and he's gonna have a problem. Center
So
being
Bravo,
captured.
Echo, Charlie, all blue, Alpha turning over as well.
Yeah, Tapeable got stuck on a rock, which is a really bad position to be in. Tony Ye trying his best to pin it in place. Alpha being captured. Tapeable sending another DC2R to try and prevent that, I think.
Yeah, at this point, he should just try to get that one back to base and repair if he can. But Alpha is going to turn blue. Fresh DC2 coming in, laying in fire.
Imagine it's going to be trying to help its teammate.
Oh, it's not the way you want to turn. Well, I thought it was about to turn and get flanked by the Vita Loca there.
Oh no. Unfortunately, Team Yellow loses another ship for free, probably. That Bravo doesn't turn fast enough or get out of the way. Ripped apart from all sides.
I think the damage DC2 might make it back to base.
Seems like it. Nicely done.
What a save. That's going to save some money.
Need to help the other one though. It's not careful, you could lose it very easily, very quickly.
Where is Polar Bear in this? Headed back to repair the SC2B.
He captured Delta as well. Oh no, the Corvettes are in a hit
Yeah, has
squad
been
to try
defending
and
Delta.
intercept the DC-2R.
Oh no.
Boy should probably be moving his DC-F1R to try and help it. Oh, they're very much trying to get in its way.
Alright, smart move by Polar. Head up to Charlie, try to clear that out.
We're gonna nuke it? No. Oof, I think they're gonna get it. Yep. That was a very interesting maneuver that played out perfectly. Metal Virus is killing another DCF-1. This ship is insane. Props to Pruzy Gem for such effective utilization.
Thing is so tiny, so fast.
You only need the one cannon.
If not for the metal virus, Polar Bear may have been able to push the husk back into the respawn. It's still at a control room, but unfortunate. What's the rest of the map looking like?
Capable Door is struggling to deal with the 3 Vita Locas that are attacking it. Polar spawning a new ship to try and save his DCF-1R. Let's see if it's gonna be enough. The cannons weren't aimed properly. More shot. Oh man. And it gets it. Unfortunate, the perfect hit mission. The Vita Locas continue to push against the DC-2R to make it so it slows down and can be easily flanked. Polar losing another ship on Charlie. Unfortunately.
I feel like Polar and Tapeable have very strong ships, and they're very strong pilots, but they aren't quite playing together right now.
Tactics are a little bit questionable, I would agree.
They seem a little split.
Well, not everybody can use a microphone at all times or such. That's understandable, I think.
It could also be the opponents keeping them split. Another DC-2 has hit Alpha.
I think that with a little bit, I don't know, the ships seem like pretty good, but they keep struggling once they get into actual combat. Like they get stuck and flanked all the time. Wonder what's up with that.
So Prisgem defends Charlie from Polar Bear. Manages to hold on to it with nothing but those little corvettes.
Yep. Yeah, a lot more budget in terms of for Team 2. I think they're gonna take this one. Delta's being captured as we speak. Alpha is gonna be done being contested very soon.
Alpha looking like a DC-2 in Vita Loca graveyard.
They really just kept throwing the same solutions at the same problem, didn't they?
Delta's turning over. Bravo's sort of turning. It's a 2-on-1 down at Bravo. All right, a lot of action at different points across the map right now. So Charlie defended again by Prisgem with those corvettes.
Never count us out, says Team 2. Like they're holding on further, but I don't know if a comeback's in the future. Comebacks are very difficult to successfully pull off. See if Charlie can be defended from the metal virus. A better counter to large ships than nukes are.
All right, Charlie turns yellow for the first time in a while. Looks like Delta will be as well. That's still going to leave them in a 2-3 position. 3
Oh,
minutes remaining.
Delta will not be yellow today. Metal
Oh,
virus is more than capable of taking out the ship that was capturing it. Or one of the ships that was capturing it. I imagine that's being directly controlled. There's no way it's being able to move that effectively otherwise. Yeah, most of the ships that are on the field are Tony's, and Prisgem is probably the one responsible for the advanced piloting maneuvers necessary to take out the more expensive ships.
and another Vita Loca headed toward Alpha.
It's an old classic, it just never gets old. Sort of, it's the 40th time you've heard this song. It's even better than next.
Action of a Charlie. Tapeable remembers that corvettes are capacitor ships and brings his EMP kite. That might change how that fight goes in the future. Alpha looking solidly under blue control right now, though.
Capable gonna lose the Tecto Tormano at very little cost, it would seem. Yeah, I can't see Alpha being retaken back. There's like so many entities there. They're just gonna be preventing that from occurring. More Vita Locas.
I'm trying to look. It looks like there's a lot of them, but how many of them are actually still ships? But then all of them still have a cockpit and reactor, so that still counts.
Yep. I'm really surprised that none of them are being returned. Like, you could repair 3 at the cost of buying 1. Like, that cannot
It's
be
a good point.
emphasized enough.
How many of them are capable of moving is the question.
I'll just spawn a ship with a tractor beam. It really shows like how well designed they are, because 2 of them repeatedly is capable of taking out DC 2Rs, which is just very impressive, I think.
I think it comes down to the shape and the armor. This has got a great design
Yeah,
for a defensive nose cone.
it's very quintessential too. It's very iconic. I look forward to painting it if that occurs. Done lag. Alright.
Wow, fleet values right now looking insane.
Oh my, twice as much at 2 mil versus 1. That is rough to say the least.
So Tapeable bringing those E1Bs and Polar Bear bringing the E1Bs, but, well, Polar Bear's E1B, Tapeable's Fullman. Both look like EMP kites, but both bringing them to fight those the capacitor-based Corvettes,
Yeah, the
but
issue is that,
none of them
like,
really dying.
all the Vita Locas on the board, like, don't care. It's like, even if you hit them in the perfect spot multiple times, they have a reactor. They'll just turn back on. And, like, no matter how many times you EMP it, if you have nothing else to punish, then you're gonna have an issue.
First time this match I've seen anyone from Yellow Team moving over to Echo.
Yeah, I was about to say that too.
Risky move with those Vita Locas.
Yeah.
Cruising back and forth from spawn to alpha.
Like a constant stream. A parade, even. Delta's being captured. Also kind of a first. Charlie's being captured. Once the E1B's gone, then Echo will be uncontested, but I guess that ship no longer has ammo, so it's just gonna stare at it threateningly.
Let's hope that Tecto Tormento gets there. Oh, so close. Oh,
Almost.
makes it.
Won't be cut short just yet. Charlie is very much captured though. Delta's no longer protected, so if a Corvette were to get on top of it somehow, it Echo is safe. Bravo is not safe. Thing.
Yeah, funny enough, the E1B and the Vita Loca fight did not go the way I thought.
Well, yeah, like the Vita Locas don't care. Very funny to me.
All right, so Delta Tecto Tormento 3 deck cannons versus Vita Loca's 2.
I don't know. I think the armor is much more numerous in on Vita Loca. Check out Bravo. Like there's this one E1B that has EMP'd 3 Corvettes and has now pushed them out of Bravo.
Just gonna move you over here and take this point for myself.
That's glorious. Unfortunately, that story shall come to a swift end soon because I imagine another ship will just go and it'll be too much.
Well, so the fight with the Vita Loca actually went that the Vita Loca got hit by an EMP, shut down and could do nothing, and the E1B just ran away.
Hmm.
So those don't really threaten it, but the E1B can't really kill it either. And got caught by a Corvette. Bravo secured.
It was quite a impressive tale while it lasted.
Map looking very blue right now.
Looking very blue. Desperately holding on, but I think they've mostly been spaced out of everywhere else. Like, Alpha, Echo, and Bravo just have, like, corpses near them, so, like, even if you send a scout, they can't be captured.
And that is going to be time. Fleet
Ah.
value right now looking insane, but good game.
0.5 times as much. Why? Oh, that will be... That'll be Crazy Jim and Tony Ye moving on to the finals.
Avenging themselves.
Yes, they fought all the way back up to the winner's bracket and will get a second chance against the people that knocked them down in the first place. Um, Everyone disconnected. That's interesting.
Said lost connection with host.
So Kawa has joined. Kawa was one of the participants and has since been removed via death. And Polar is here.
Hello there. Hello.
So I don't know. You two can complain about how you lost.
Yeah, that was kind of ridiculous. Basically, like half of his ships were dead, as you could tell. But they were just sitting in the control point, and would not move. So Yeah, they kind of just echoed us, which is kind of what the game becomes when you're at like higher levels where all your ships are basically the same. It's really unfortunate. There wasn't any like counters to those ships, like nukes. They could mostly dodge. Even if you hit them, they wouldn't really do much. But yeah. We probably could have won with a different strategy, but because we had the same strategy, there wasn't really much to do.
I saw a decently successful design with the ion kite. I think that could reasonably take on the Vita. I'm gonna get there. Vita Locus.
Yeah.
But the issue is you have to fend off the corvettes that would inevitably come flanking too. You know. And Akawa, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the Iron Kite could be viable, but if they just have a really fast ship, it just die. Such as the small ship that I sent in before. Mostly meant to counter like anything with weak back size, but if they have something similar, it would work probably.
So to come back from the losers bracket and win the whole thing, Prisjim and Tony A have to beat and Hansel Cat twice effectively. Correct?
Yes.
Yes, they have to win a best of 3, then another best of 3. So they have to win 4 times total. Whereas and Hansel Cat only have to win 2 times.
I'm gonna say if they do win, that's gonna be a long tournament.
Yeah, it's
We're gonna have to wait. What is it like? With their strategy of just killing you by waiting for the batteries to die in their ships, it's gonna take at least 20 minutes per match, if not more.
well, this is a revenge fight. And Hansel Cat are the people who knocked down Percy Gem and 28 in the first place.
Yeah.
Much different layout for the spawns on control points this time
Yeah.
around.
These control
This
points
map
are
is really
like,
interesting since the points are far away from their spawns, so someone could just send a ship to capture it, and it would be difficult to respond in time.
yeah, it's gonna be quite a struggle to counter those mini small ships when the control point is that far away.
All right, so far, Prisjim and Tony A playing defense on Echo and Charlie, just keeping their points, making sure they stay theirs.
They appear to be losing it though, since they're getting EMP'd as a capacitor fighter.
Yeah, but even with those EMP chips, as you can see last round, they're still quite a fight to kill, especially if they're facing in all the directions.
And they did
They
thankfully get to
effectively
Alpha
lost the
before it turned
Corvette.
over.
Interesting. Pyro's Gym is actually pulling out a larger ship now. I don't think he's. Has he used this ship before? The barter.
I find it interesting how Team Red has invested money to 2 different EMP ships due to the amount of capacitor fighters.
Yeah, the other thing that makes these capacitor fighters pretty good is that they have lots of armor to absorb EMP. So it takes at least 3 shots of EMP to fully take him out.
So we see Hansel Cat's Ion Kite just picking apart a Corvette from outside of its engagement range.
It's switching targets to defend Bravo right now.
I'm not sure if that's gonna get through the armor fast enough before Bravo is decaptured. Or it might.
I think it's going to get through there.
Yeah, it
He's
doesn't
not.
appear
He's
that
not
he's
rotating. If he
yeah,
rotated
he's
the
not
ship,
turning.
he probably would have survived.
Unfortunate. But good tip for the future. But Barter is a bit more heavily armored. It's got 4 deck cannons. Gonna be interesting to see what And and Hansel have to answer Barter.
Hey, they don't seem to have a lot of large deck cannons, or at least the budget to buy one currently.
And I saw a couple nukes, but they didn't really do a whole lot, unfortunately. Didn't seem to be enough of them.
Yeah, if you look at Charlie Point right now, you can see how Hansel Cat is using that chip quite effectively to take out the destroyed, but still in the ring Corvettes.
And just like last match, just gonna push you out of the point here. Take it for myself.
Yeah.
Well, moving Nako.
I think it's kind of strange that that fully unpowered control rooms, they can still like stop you from capturing a point, but they can't capture points themselves, which is
That's
interesting.
actually not true. If a control room is dead or out of power, it doesn't capture a point or and doesn't stop it from capturing a point. At least from what I've seen back in Classic. I haven't seen it in Modern.
I was pretty sure last round there was points being contested by unpowered ships.
I guess it must have changed between Classic and Modern.
A lot of the Vita Locas on Alpha last game did have a cockpit and small reactor still left in them. I'm not sure about all the Corvettes that were at the other point.
Looks like
If you
Pyroship
look
is
at
sending.
Alpha right now, you can see that there's multiple dead control room ships there. Or there's one. So I'm pretty sure based on what I've seen that a dead control room offline control room cannot capture or hold points.
Yeah.
Yeah. As I was saying earlier, it looks like Pyro's Gym is sending his barter back to be repaired while he sends in another one that's been newly bought. That's going to leave the other team one in quite a bit of debt in terms of ship value. Yeah, currently
It,
Team 2 is over double the credits of Team 1. Oh, not double, almost double.
it appears Hazelcat's Ion Kite is getting massive value by holding bottom points. It's just been Team Red's points were in their control for this entire game as of now.
Yeah, the problem with the Hansel Cat Ion Kite is that it can't kill the ships fast enough as they keep getting respawned and put back.
It doesn't do burst damage, so rotating like this allows Tony to capture the point in time.
And he didn't necessarily need to worry about firing back.
I don't think firing back would have done anything anyways, considering the large shield that is on the kite.
Yeah, true.
But well-paced TMP is able to take out the Corvette. Looks like Crimson is able to capture all those smaller control points. They're going to have quite a struggle, though, trying to get back Alpha from Barter. This cat's now bringing the Ion Kite in to try to harass Iris Gem. It's going to be quite a while to get through all that armor. If you look at the tab menu currently, you can see that even though Team 1 and Team 2 have pretty similar total incomes, because they've lost so many ships, Team 1 is nearly at half the cost currently on the field, and Team 2 has been vigilant to keep their ships alive. This basically means that even if they capture all the control points, they'll still be very far behind in terms of credits on the field.
It seems Tony has realized that Corvettes don't need to beat an Ion Kite. They just need to stay on the point and spin long enough to cap it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
But
it
he
doesn't look
moved
like
up
the
point.
Corvette's on the point. Not sure if sending a Corvette to capture a point momentarily is worth it either.
Well, it keeps the other team from gaining any credits from that point.
The issue is that it costs money to send a Corvette there for temporary income that's going to be captured back anyways.
True. Seems to be working out for them, though. Maybe they should be sending a larger ship down there, though.
There is only the one ion kite down there. If they cleared that out, could get Bravo and Delta.
I figure that if they send more than one ship at a time to deal with the on kite, they would have Hansel would have to retreat. Well, unfortunately, it appears that I have disconnected.
Oh. It's unfortunate. It looks like Pyro's Gym is sending down a small scout to capture Delta. The Ion Kite is looking to pursue it, but he's getting stuck on an asteroid a little bit. Okay. Team 1 is still sending small ships to attack Barter. I'm not sure what their plan is, really.
Yeah, that barter has been getting insane value.
Yeah. Usually one of the key strategies is domination is as long as you have a higher cost focused in one spot than your enemy does, you'll be winning that point and it will be beneficial to you. So it's better to basically group your cost value of your ships into one spot so you can outcompete your enemy's cost. Even though the Ion Kite did get there, it still captured the point, which is meaning the Ion Kite's going to have to spend a lot of time capturing Delta, which leaves Team Yellow to capture Bravo while he's busy. Basically playing a game of cat and mouse here, wasting the Ion Kite's time.
A lot of yellow action up at Echo. Those Corvettes are taking Echo, it looks like. They managed to fight off all the defenders that were up there.
Yeah, currently Team Red is not doing so well on. They're kind of just grounding for ships at this moment.
It seems they just don't have something heavy enough to answer barter. And then the rest
Or
of the map is
they just
just
can't
flying,
afford
kiting
to
around.
buy anything.
True.
The issue
And
is
at
if
that
they
point, it just.
stop. Yeah, continue.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so at this point, if they stop buying the smaller ships, Team Yellow will just capture all the points. So they have to keep buying the smaller ships to defend, which means Team Yellow can continue to kill the small ships. It's kind of just a loop of losing cash.
And it snowballs from there.
Yeah.
Corvette on Bravo and a defensive spin again.
Yeah, that looks like there is now no points controlled by Red Team.
Pushing
Well,
that
the Ion
kite
Kite,
off of Bravo.
the Ion Kite is getting some hits in. Interesting, the other Covet didn't try to pursue it any further. I think he knows that at this point there's not enough time left for the Permit to be recaptured. And now that Barter's here, the Iron Kite really has no options. And it's losing its shield and thrust now. It's not good. Last point down here is being held by Hansel Cat. Just barely, though. The Iron Kite is retreating to go for repairs. But it's going to be too little too late at this point, as there's only one ship protecting that last control point, and Barter is coming in to take it. And there it goes.
Yeah, 4 Barters on the field right now. That is a lot of firepower.
Basically, only point they can try taking is Bravo, which they are attempting. It will be enough. Covet is still stationed there that they're going to have to kill before they can fully take the point. For some reason they're still sending ships attacking the Barters. I don't think that's a very good strategy. You're just losing money at this point. That ship would have been much better used at Bravo, where it would have probably saved them from losing this match,
That ship
at
was
least
sent
for the
to
next
Alpha
couple minutes.
because it needed to contest a point. They currently have no points of their own, and for the time being, they didn't have any other ships to send to points. Or at least that's what my reasoning would be. Like, attacking the Barters is foolish, but under that circumstance, they really needed to.
Well, they could have attacked Bravo, which they did, I guess, but like the Iron Kite has returned. But there are now 3 Corvettes, well, 2 Corvettes, contesting that control point now. That is game.
GG. 1 round down.
7 more to go. Or, well, 3 more to go, I guess.
1 to 5 to go. Could be 1. It could be 5.
Is Kawa gonna join again,
Uh,
or is he taking a break?
Oh yeah, Kawa got DC'd last game.
Oh, he's asking if he can join back.
I don't know. Yes. Seems as though there's sort of negotiations going on in the meantime.
I would definitely be overjoyed if they just settled this so we wouldn't have to wait for the next hour. Yeah, it looks like it's 3 a.m. for Hansel Cat.
They may just have also been confused by the GGs, thinking that was the end because it was only one match.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if they want to forfeit, that's completely fine. Wish it wasn't so.
Yeah, I feel like we should make rules about this in the future because this has happened in the last 2 tournaments.
I mean, I've mentioned I was going to implement the lag, but Kawa was not interested last I talked to him. So.
So it looks like Hansel and Anne's opening move is spread out across the map, get to every point. Pushing hard
Yeah.
across for Delta and Bravo.
Again, Pyro's Gym is bringing out his barter. As I said previously, because barters has much more cost put into it, he does. Team 1 doesn't really have anything to contest it once it reaches alpha.
Yeah, these tiny little cannon ships are not equipped.
And the best they can do is delay the capture of the point, but it looks like the cost difference has caused the game to decide to start capturing the point anyways.
Looks like Presidium has brought his really big forward mechanic ship to Alpha.
Now they were continuing to try to delay the capture of alpha, it looks like. But that is costing them a lot of credits, which is exactly what led to their demise last game.
It might have been better to save up for a larger ship and let Presidium's team take Alpha.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, keep in mind, capturing alpha only gives you 5,000 credits every 5 seconds, which is definitely not worth the amount of ships they're throwing in there.
And so as long as Alpha remains neutral, they're going to have an income advantage. Let's see how long they can make that last.
Yeah, if we look at the stats right now, they do have the income advantage, but they do not have the fleet value advantage. And what really matters is your fleet value, because if you don't have ships, then you can't capture points.
Another thing to note is that they also do not have the credit value advantage either, meaning that they have spent much more on ships to hold these points and lose them, rather than to simply just keep away.
True. See, if you can get an income advantage, you can hold on to it, turn it into a fleet value, but
But if you're wasting more fleet value than you're gaining, then it's not actually an income advantage.
yeah, you're still at a net loss.
Although if they do manage to capture all the points, they could win the game. The map is looking mighty pink right now.
Yeah, currently they still don't have anything though to contest that bar in the center of the map, making
That is
that point
true.
pretty much uncapturable.
And Delta might turn pink, but yeah, so Delta turns pink, but a second barter is now arriving at Alpha.
I highly doubt that Team Pink will be able to kill both of the barters and capture Alpha in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, if you remember last round, they actually never killed any of the barters. So
And there ended
as
up
long as
being,
they,
what, 4 or 5 of them at the end of the match?
yeah, basically, if they can't figure out a way to kill them, they're just gonna die eventually, slow and steady death.
Right, with 4 points to none, they have to capitalize on this income that they're getting and turn it into something that can answer the fleet value that Prism and Tony A already have on the map.
The issue about gunning for points for that income advantage is that it doesn't actually add up to that much over time. If you look at the total income for both teams, Hazelcat and A&D only have like 160,000 K credits as a lead for total income over the course of this whole game so far.
Yeah, they've been losing ship value much faster than they've been gaining it through the control points.
Trying to be optimistic.
One of the barters does look to have a very open hole at Alpha. Maybe they can capitalize on that.
It looks like they have brought some nuke ships that have been able to crack open the shell. Hopefully they can capitalize on that and finally get some ship value back.
Looking scary for the barter.
Yeah, killing this barter could very much turn the tide of the battle.
Especially since the other barter is back at spawn without much time to help support the alpha fight.
I was gonna say it was good timing to capitalize on the other barter having to go back to restock.
And there it is, the barter is down, and it looks like they might capture the main point.
And if so, that would be game or Delta is contested.
Delta
Delta
is
is
still
not
contested. But it has unpowered ships. I don't think that counts as a contestation.
It does not count as a contestant.
That looks like if Pyro's Gem can't get this ship, well, he is bringing a ship to Alpha, but it's too small to really do much, I don't think.
A little metal virus,
Oh,
yeah.
it is actually reversing. Nope, and it's dead.
Well,
And it's gone.
And it's gone. Let's see. They're trying to bring
28
barter
might be-
back, but I don't think it's fast enough.
28 is gonna be able to get on Delta and stall the game. I wonder if that'll be enough for the barter to land on Delta.
Yeah, they're turning it
That is
over.
looking like the case.
Just in time, too.
If it gets EMP'd, it's game over. Or if it goes off the point.
That was a close call. But yeah,
Looks
Delta
like they
is
have
now being
neutralized Delta.
captured.
Barter rushing back to Alpha now that it's restocked as fast as it can, but it's gonna rush in there alone.
A nuke barrage to the back of barter, creating an opening. Maybe they can capitalize on that. Looks like barter is going to be able to land on Alpha, stalling the game long enough for them to perhaps have a comeback.
But those nuke ships were there and waiting, already cracked a side open on barter.
Yeah, it looks like Hazelcat has finally figured out a strategy to take down these barters.
Back is very exposed right now. With the EMPs targeting it, I doubt it's going to be able to turn for much longer.
Unless they get
Unless the
blocked
armor
by the
soaks it all.
interceptor.
Yeah, I don't think the EMP is going to do that much. It does have quite a bit of armor still protecting the engine bays from direct EMP. Yeah, if they can kill this other barter, that's going to put them at a fleet value advantage.
Yeah, big swing turnaround from last time where barters were just too heavy for anything. Seems like they finally found a way to answer it and are swarming this barter.
They're using its heaviness to their advantage by nuking the back, and it's creating massive openings for them to capitalize on. It looks like Hazelcat's team might be capturing Delta in time. It doesn't appear that there's any active forces
That
controlling it.
is gonna cap.
Yeah, it's still being contested by that barter, but once that barter is down, I don't
There's
think
another
there's gonna be
Corvette
anything else.
contesting as well, but that seems like it's going to die really soon. The barter is down.
Okay, it's just that Corvette that is keeping the game alive. And
And
is
that's game.
Game 2.
So if Team 1 can pull out another win, that is going to be the end of the tournament.
That's right. Prism and Tony would still have to pull off 3 wins. Definitely a tough spot to come from behind, but such is the life of coming from the losers bracket. They did fight their way all the way back to the finals, which is something to be said by itself, though.
Well, I think they only had to refight us, which was still, yeah,
It was a game.
it was a game. You could say that. More like a slow and agonizing torture. Well, let's see if they change up strategies at all, considering that now Team 1 has a way to kill those larger ships.
It looks like a similar opener from Hansel Cat. Slightly different map layout, but pretty similar to the last one.
This map layout looks like it's going to be possible for Charlie and Bravo to be targeted very easily by both teams.
Yeah, Team 1 has already brought out the an EMP barge that could be converted into a nuke barge if it goes back for reloading.
True,
And
you can swap missiles, can't you?
yes, yes, that's actually one of the key features I designed into my missile kiter. As you can see, Pyro's Gem is bringing another barter up to contest Alpha. Let's see. Looks like Team 1 is being smart and not trying to throw ships at it that can't kill it yet.
Team 1
Team
seems
1
to have
has,
neutralized.
they've neutralized both the other points.
They are at an income lead of around 6,000.
It's interesting, Team 2 has not attacked Bravo or Echo at all so far. It looks like Team 1 has definitely improved on their strategy since that first round they lost. And they are already ahead on income and fleet value.
By quite a significant amount as well.
nuke ship is away, opening up the rear of Barter. That is not looking good for Team 2.
It looks like the Corvettes at Delta are getting demolished by Team 1. They can't seem to defend that point.
Now their strategy has appeared to not work because they haven't had the fleet advantage.
And that Barter needs to stay on Alpha, otherwise it's going to turn red.
Barter is
It doesn't.
desperately trying to kill that nuke ship, but if it goes after it, it's going to leave the circle. Which is
It
just
doesn't
going to
seem to
open
be
up the
fast
rear
enough to chase it.
again.
Ooh,
Those nukes are getting close to that control room.
Oh, the rear is now almost completely exposed. The only thing that's protecting the reactor is a thin layer of armor. I've noticed that Prizigem has not spent credits on more ships. It appears he's saving up for another barter.
yep. Delta turning red right now.
Speaking of which, he has just bought another barter. Pyrogem sending it towards Alpha.
Hopefully
replace
to
the one
defend the
that
other.
looks to be about dead. It has now lost all thrust. Well, no, it still has. Yeah, that's it. That's all thrust. There's no way
It
that
is
ship is
barely
getting
able to
back to
turn.
repairs. Also looks like Hanselcat is saving up quite a bit. No, he's just bought another ship. Right. Thankfully for Team 2, Hanselcat was not able to capture the point before another barter returned to Alpha.
It looks like Tonier is only wasting credits as he sent his corvettes to Alpha, where it's defended by 3 other interceptors from A&D. But they do appear to be running out of ammo, which could be an issue.
Looks like the nuke ship is already ready to start killing the next barter.
It only
It
has
actually
half
already
of its
took out
thrust.
half the thrusters, yeah.
It essentially is unable to move. It can only rotate.
Another volley of nukes is inbound, and they look to be aimed right at the opening. Ooh,
It
just missing.
misses, but it still hits the side armor.
That nuke ship is getting a
The
little
nuke
too
ship's
close.
And punished for getting so close.
It's still alive. It can get off a few more nukes if the crew. Nope.
That's it. Flew a little too close to the sun.
But those little LACs are going to take out the cockpit and reactor anyway, and take out another barter. And that's going to start turning Alpha to Crimson,
That now puts,
which might be game.
yeah,
Busy
it now
Jam
puts
appears to
Team
have
1 at 3 times the fleet value of Team 2.
Oh, wow.
Seems like Prizzy Jam has resorted to getting a Vita Loca instead of another barter due to his income deficit.
It has been a couple games since we saw one of those. All right, Alpha
All
turns
the points are
Crimson.
now Crimson. It's only Delta that's being contested.
That one Corvette on the point right now, unless
The only
that
thing
Vita
Team
Loca
1
gets there.
The only thing Team 1 has left to do is to defend Delta and destroy the contesters. It looks like most of the ships at Delta are out of ammo though. So it could be difficult to get back.
They have been brawling there for quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, reinforcements are coming though.
It has destroyed the thrust of the Vito, and there it goes.
Vita Loca is down. Now only one Corvette in the Delta, and that is
Team
game.
1 wins. That's game.
GG.
That's the tournament.
Which, yeah, I was gonna say that's the finals. That's a series.
Thank goodness that they disconnected after. Excellently done, Hansel, Cat, and. Two people that I would never have bet on.
Yeah, who are these people? The champions is who they are. Congrats
Yeah,
to them. Well played. That was an
absolutely
incredible performance.
well done. Tremendous. One loss. Grand total, one loss. Still got there.
I was worried after that first game of the series too.
Yeah,
It didn't seem like they had an answer to the barter, and then they figured out how to crack it open.
I bet Hansel Cat is also relieved. Now he can finally go to bed at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
No.
Time zones are
Take your
rough.
trophy and go to bed.
And for their reward, they get some painted chips. Very fancy. Hope they are most appreciative. Thank you everybody for joining. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you everybody for helping. I also need sleep. Goodbye.
Right.
I'm a
All right.
liar. I was just